Good morning. Welcome to today's New York City Council Fiscal Year 2026 Executive Budget Hearing for the Committee on Finance, joined with the Committee on Housing and Building, joined with the Committee on Public Housing. At this time, we would like you to silence all cell phone electronic devices and a friendly reminder to not approach the dais unless you are called. Chairs, we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to day 3 of our executive budget hearings for FY26. Today we're taking a hard look at the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance. Proud to be joined by my good friend and colleague and partner in this work, Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, who chairs the Committee on Housing and Buildings. We've been joined this morning by Councilmembers Lewis, Moya, Abreu, Powers, Williams, and Carr. I also want to thank everyone who makes these hearings possible, the finance team back at Mission Control, and everyone here today, especially Jack Story and Dan Krupp, and our committee counsel, Brian Sarfo, senior advisor, John Yedden, and all the analysts and support staff who put in serious work behind the scenes. As a former staffer, I know that the staff does all the hard work. So we see you and we appreciate you. Welcome, Acting Commissioner Tigani and the entire HPD team. Let's be clear. We can all agree we're in a housing crisis. Families are being priced out. NYCHA is crumbling. New affordable housing isn't getting built fast enough. And now HPD's proposed FY26 budget is $1.6 billion, which is nearly $90 million less than what it was in the preliminary plan. That's a cut of almost 20% at the exact moment when we need to be doing more and not less. None of this screams housing crisis to me. This budget funds enforcement, rental subsidies, emergency work, and some long overdue cost of living increases for our human services workers, which we appreciate. All of that is important. But we're also looking at nearly 400 vacancies at HPD. And that's not just a staffing issue, it's a housing issue. If we don't have the people to get the work done, the housing crisis will only get worse. In our preliminary budget response, the council called on the administration to fill these vacancies, especially in the roles that finance, build, and preserve affordable housing, and to boost capital investments in real projects. That's how we move the needle. So today we're going to dig in. How does this budget meet the moment? What's the plan to make HPD whole and get more affordable housing out the door? With that, I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Councilmember Sanchez, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Brannan. Bear with me, this is my first time speaking in 4 days. Good morning, and welcome to this executive budget hearing on the Committee on Housing and Buildings. I'm Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, the chair of this committee. Thank you to Chair Brannan for your leadership through this marathon month of budget hearings. Today, the City Council will conduct oversight on an agency that is chiefly responsible for the creation and preservation of affordable housing in New York City, HPD. I'd like to acknowledge that we've been joined by,
I did.
Oh, he already did that, okay. Council colleagues, members of the administration, and New Yorkers listening in. At our preliminary budget hearing in March, I spoke of an inflection point that our city is facing. A stark imbalance between landlords and tenants, fueled by rampant inequities. A federal administration that, as we speak, is dismantling housing support for those most in need. A land use regime that distributes housing unfairly, asking the same communities again and again to bear a disproportionate burden. And as a result of historic disinvestment and deferred maintenance, a deteriorating building stock that subjects our neighbors to living conditions that no one should have to endure. This is the inflection point, but how will we respond? Will we continue calling this a housing crisis without crisis-level investments to house our neighbors? Will this administration continue to take victory laps, claiming back-to-back years of shattering affordable housing records, all while refusing to implement expanded access to housing vouchers and failing to fulfill its City FEP's commitments from City of Yes? We are truly in the midst of a housing crisis. Why does it take 1 year to assign a project manager for a preservation deal, with nearly 14% of funded HPD staff positions remaining vacant, triple the average across all agencies? Why is just 1.3% of the mayor's budget devoted to our lead housing agency? I recognize the work the hard work of our public servants at HPD and call on the mayor to do more to resource you. In the council as housing chair, I have championed bold legislative steps that treat the housing crisis as such and have consistently advocated for transformative investments in HPD. But the council is only one part of this equation. Today, I'm calling on Mayor Adams, Budget Director Jiha, and the administration. We need your partnership. Work with us to make this the most pro-housing, pro-tenant, pro-affordability budget in New York City history. The moment demands it. So what exactly is an FY26 executive budget for HPD? One investment that is absolutely worth celebrating is nearly $50 million across 3 years in additional funding for supportive housing. This will support the transition of 5,800 supportive housing units from scattered to congregate settings, a change long requested by supportive housing providers who know the landscape best. I'm proud that we secured this funding during the City of Yes negotiations, and that the executive budget reflects the administration's commitment to begin implementation immediately. However, there are still several areas that the council has identified gaps in the mayor's mayor's executive budget proposal. First, in the council's FY26 preliminary budget response, we called on the administration to add $2.2 million in expense funding to enhance HPD's litigation team. Second, we called for a significant expansion of a reformed version of the third-party transfer program, seeking an additional $600 million in capital funds to ensure that once adopted, the program will have the proper resources to hold the worst landlords accountable for their neglect and to stabilize the city's most distressed properties. In both respects, the mayor's executive budget is lacking. In fact, they've failed to devote even a single dollar to either of these proposals. Third and last for now, the capital commitment plan has grown only marginally since the preliminary budget. The 10-year capital commitment plan grows by $325 million, but much of this is for PACT, which will flow to NYCHA, not HPD. As I said during prelim, within the constraints of our bonding power, we need to maximize the capital budget and invest more than ever to preservation programs. We've yet to see these materialize and hope to see additional investments at adoption. Let us remember that these are not simply numbers on a page. They are about delivering for New Yorkers, a city where they can afford to live, where they can afford to stay, and where they can put down roots and raise a family without fear of displacement. Today, we look forward to hearing first from HPD and then NYCHA. At around 2 p.m., we will begin public testimony for both agencies, during which time I will be participating virtually, because as you can hear, I think, can you hear? I hope you can hear. I'm a bit under the weather. A reminder for members of the public who would like to testify, please fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms so we can include you in the speaking list. Lastly, I want to also thank all the staff who made today possible: Jack Story, Michael Sherman, Amra Edev, and Shima Buchera from Finance Division, Austin Maloney, Andrew Bourne, Dirk Spencer, Jose Conde, Brooke Fry, and Reese Hirota from the Legislative Division. And finally, my team: Maria Villalobos, Ben Ratner, Kim Castellanos, Gerard Fernandez, Paola Olivo, Joania Yegue, and Carla Dominguez, who ensure that all our work is connected to the experiences of our community. I will now pass it to our committee council to swear in HPD leadership and administer the oath. But I'd like to acknowledge we've also been joined by Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you, Chair. As a reminder, for this year's executive budget hearings, we'll take public testimony on agency's executive budget today, the same day, after the agency witnesses have finished, so we won't be taking public testimony for several hours. If you wish to speak on either the NYCHA or the HPD budgets, please make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms. And now I'm going to turn over to our committee counsel to swear in our witnesses, and we can get started.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Acting Commissioner Tagani?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Caphart?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Jaffe? And Deputy Commissioner Darga? You may begin.
Good begin. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Brennan, Chair Sanchez, and members of the Committees on Finance and Housing and Buildings and Public Housing. My name is Ahmed Tigani, the Acting Commissioner of the New York City Department of Housing, Preservation, and Development, and I'm joined by my colleague and diehard Knicks fan, Gardier Caphart, our Deputy Commissioner of the Office of Finance and Administration. I appreciate the opportunity to come back and testify on behalf of HPD. Today, I want to discuss the state of housing in New York City. 5 weeks ago, you gave us the opportunity to share HPD's vision for the future we're working to build, and to engage in a conversation about how New York City is leveraging our financing tools, resources, and community programs to address the ongoing housing crisis. As I said then, and I reaffirm to you now, every single day, we are showing up with urgency, with creativity, and with dedication. This conversation and our budget isn't theoretical. It's about real homes, real communities, and real people. Robert Pamphile is a 70-year-old New Yorker born in Trinidad. After retiring to care for his wife and son, both living with disabilities, Robert did everything he could to keep a roof over their heads. For 6 years, they cycled through shelters, living without a kitchen, without privacy, without peace. We asked how he got through it. He said faith. He never gave up hope. Last year, that hope was answered. In 2024, we placed Robert and his family into a brand new, affordable 2-bedroom at Grebe Point Landing, with on-site support from Breaking Ground and brand new furniture through a city program. A real home, fully theirs. When Robert stepped inside alone for the first time, he cried. Not because he was fancy, but because after 6 long years, he could finally give his family a safe, stable place to call home. Robert is who we fight for, and the millions of other New Yorkers like him, those who are struggling now, and those who might need us tomorrow. So my hope is that my testimony today will serve both as a state of housing in New York City as well as a call to action, because the mandate is clear and the work is far from done. Let's start with where HPD is focused. The answer is simple: everywhere. Every block, in every neighborhood, in every borough, in communities from East New York to Inwood, from Stapleton to the South Bronx, we are turning policy into housing. The help might look different, the combination of tools configured more specifically for those areas, but we are working to serve every corner of the 5 boroughs. Just since the last time I sat before you, we relaunched Neighborhood Pillars to rescue distressed buildings and protect the people living inside them. We opened applications for the Universal Affordability Preference, UAP, another tool to make sure every New Yorker can afford to live in any neighborhood, not just the ones that they've been pushed into. And we've doubled down on supportive housing, backing it with real dollars and a real commitment to creating more congregate homes. We advanced dozens of public site projects, from community engagement and RFP designations to homecomings, including the topping off of Willett's Point Phase 1, where a historic 25,000 unit development is now visible on the skyline next to Citi Field. We've advanced Where We Live NYC, the city's fair housing plan, holding 4 public workshops as the first step towards drafting the 2025 update to the plan. Even with announcement after announcement, we never lose sight of why we do this. It's about the people of New York, the parents looking for stability, the seniors trying to age with dignity, young families chasing a future. It's about the dream that every New Yorker deserves: a safe, affordable place to call home. We know that building homes is only part of the job to creating those dreams. Getting New Yorkers into those homes fairly, efficiently, and with dignity is just as critical. That's why in the past 5 weeks, we've taken major steps to overhaul the Housing Connect system, because getting a shot at an affordable home shouldn't feel impossible. We cut through red tape, reforming our marketing handbook to reduce paperwork, eliminate notarization where not necessary, easy documentation for people on federal benefits, and make the process more accessible for New Yorkers with disabilities. Because the system should work for the people who need it. And the results speak for themselves. In just the first few months of this year, 94 lotteries have opened. That's over 5,000 affordable homes. And more than 5,000 households have already been approved. That's families who now have a real chance at a stable future. Our goal is simple: make it easier to get housed, not harder. In a city where more than 3.7 million apartments are already built, including nearly 1 million rent-stabilized apartments, preservation is essential. And in this economic climate, it's urgent. Preservation isn't just about saving buildings, it's about preventing displacement. Just recently, this March, we sent out information on J51 to property owners so that they know it's an available tool for addressing building needs. When we align enforcement, support, and subsidy, we protect people's ability to stay in the neighborhoods they call home. But we don't stop when financing is done or even when the keys are handed over. Because at HPD, we believe every New Yorker, no matter their zip code, income, or background, deserves a home that is safe, legal, and livable. Full stop. Since just March, our code enforcement teams have responded to almost 110,000 problems and issued 130,000 violations. Over 150,000 violations have been closed, including 3,200 as part of our litigation activities. 32,000 housing units were made safer because of the emergency repair work completed in apartments or public areas of buildings throughout the city. We've taken on buildings where tenants lived without heat, with lead paint exposure, or under harassment. And we've brought real results. Homes repaired, landlords held accountable, families protected. And we're not doing this alone. We're doing it the way New Yorkers get things done, together. Through HPD in your district, we're meeting people where they are with our mobile van, helping tenants get repairs, understand their rights, and find a pathway to ownership right there on the spot. We launched the Neighborhood Tech Help, in-person support offered right inside the communities we serve at affordable housing developments, libraries, and community centers. And with Stay Informed NYC, our public awareness campaign, we're making sure people know what help is out there, what they're entitled to, how to get it, and how to hold the system accountable when they need it most. Because information is power. What comes next isn't about us. It's not about me, it's not about you, it's not about any one leader or agency. It's about the very real people who are counting on us just like Robert. Recently, 1 year after Robert moved into his apartment, he says it finally feels like home. And he's already excited to celebrate the holidays with his family in their own space, a safe, affordable apartment. What will Robert's life look like in a year? What can we do today so that every New Yorker has a shot at that type of safety and security in a year from now? Even in the face of HUD instability, capital market difficulties, and policy headwinds, we're staying focused on that question. How do we house our neighbors, preserve our communities, and expand access to opportunity for every New Yorker? Just like Robert, no matter what comes at us, we can't lose hope. Thank you for the opportunity to deliver this testimony, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to dive right into it. Okay. Am I correct, federal funding makes up over half of HPD's projected FY26 budget in the executive plan?
I believe it makes about 62%.
So it's more than half.
Oh, so
Yes, it's
69.
more than half, about 69% at this point. For
How,
FY20.
how many?
69% of our budget.
So 69% of HPD's budget comes from the federal government.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And how does that break down between daily operations and the capital commitment?
I can talk about that. So there are two pieces. So for the expense side of things, this is 9% of our expense budget. So we.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Sorry, the 69% is our expense budget.
Okay. So 69% of HPD's expense budget is federal grants and federal subsidy, right?
Correct. And so that adds up to about $850 million
Okay.
of our budget. And the biggest driver of that is Section 8, for rental assistance, followed by community development block grants, which support our core enforcement activity mostly, as well as other activities. So those are the primary drivers of our federal funding.
And what about the capital commitment?
So on the capital commitment side, we are primarily city capital. We only have a small portion that's federal, and it's our home investment partners grant, and that's about $40 million a year.
So how concerned are we about the impact to HPD's budget and the agency's overall mission, considering the chaos and daily fresh hell coming from Washington?
I think right now, and we were actually, several of us were in DC yesterday talking to members of the House and Senate about these appropriations. We do feel like there's some strong bipartisan support on key programs that fund our work, particularly on rental assistance. We are talking and educating people about the work that HOME does. I think many folks are not familiar with how we use HOME to create senior housing or down payment assistance, which again in itself are bipartisan supported issues. We are watching carefully and working to make sure people have these facts. There's still some time left between reconciliation and when appropriations happen. So right now we're on the ground working not alone, but we've worked with a coalition of other cities, both in blue, red, and purple states. Since this is not a New York problem, this will affect everyone. So I think we're in a place of where we think that there's space to push and get action done, and we're not yet in a place where we feel like there's no opportunity to win on this front.
Has the administration, City Hall, OMB expressed concern or asked you to, put together a contingency plan? Have they offered any kind of contingency plan? And do you feel that this executive budget, as it stands right now, protects your agency to prepare for any potential reduction?
I think right now, especially given the additional funds that we received through City of Yes, and again, we thank the council and the mayor and the administration, plus the funds that we've just seen allocated through the state budget this recent year, we are in a strong place to meet our commitments in the near future, and we'll continue to manage that in the out years. I mean, you've just seen in the last couple of weeks our ability to commit and further specific areas like supportive housing. We're still on target to meet strong new construction goals, preservation goals. So we do feel like this budget, it does put us in a good place to meet our targets. We'll continue to watch the federal situation, but again, just over the last couple of days, we do feel like there are bipartisan support for the things that really keep our work moving, and we'll continue to work through that over the next couple of weeks.
So I think there's one thing that most New Yorkers agree on is that we've got an affordability crunch, an affordability crisis in the city, and obviously access to housing is one of the key pillars of that affordability crisis. And I think when the administration puts forward a proposed budget for HPD that's about $90 million less than what they proposed a couple of months ago, $1.6 billion, I always say that you could tell me what you care about, but if I want to know what you care about, I want to know what you spend your money on, right? So if City Hall says they care about housing, a $1.6 billion budget for your agency does not scream housing crisis to me or to anybody. Has that concern been relayed to City Hall?
I'll just clarify, Council Member, Mr. Chair, for our budget, it's primarily driven by reduction in our asylum seeker budget. So we had a huge amount in the budget for that. But as you've seen, that population has been decreasing, and as a result of the contracts are ending, and so we had to do a reforecast of the budget. And so the reduction you're seeing for FY26 on the expense side is primarily driven by that reduction. But as far as our agency operations and daily operations and all the agency programs, we did not have a cut in our budget. Instead, we had an addition to our budget for those items.
Yeah,
I think just it goes back to the November mod. We saw additional lines in enforcement added then, and then up and through prelim, and now we have seen a growth in our programs and staff positions.
Let's talk about staffing. One of the things we hear a lot about, and I've personally dealt with this on a couple of projects, where the turnaround to get shovels in the ground is insanely long. And it seems like it's due in part to vacancies, and some of these lines are just, some of the staffing at a lot of these agencies is just skeletal. What is the head count for the folks who actually do the document processing and to get these deal sheets out the door? What's the target head count? What's the budgeted head count? And how many people are there today?
Yeah. So for our Office of Development in general, we have a budgeted headcount of close to 400, but 277 budgeted headcount, and active right now is a little over 300, about 309. So that area we have about an 18% vacancy rate for that office.
But the 18%, but what about specifically in that?
Yeah, so particularly for staff overall who manage development projects, so our project managers primarily, our budget ahead is about 113 for that area, and we have about 82 on staff and another 30 or so that are vacant. So a vacancy rate of around 27%.
then
And for that area, we do have, as we know, we do have a hiring freeze. However, for that area, we are under more of a 1-for-1 hiring freeze as opposed to a 2-for-1 hiring freeze.
One-for-one hiring freeze for those playing at home means,
Pardon me?
for those people that don't know what that means, can you?
For each person who leaves, we're allowed to backfill each person who leaves instead of waiting for 2 persons to leave, which is the general policy.
And I would just add, for grant-funded lines, we're actually able to hire as openings do happen. The other thing that we have been using for the last couple of years to supplement this work, because part of the hiring process, even when we identify a candidate, it may take some time to bring them in and then bring them up to the level of sophistication, awareness, recognition of what to do to get projects moving. We've been able to supplement it with some other programs. So we have a capacity accelerator program where we've spent, it's funded to over $7 million. It brings in temps with experience, outside temps with experience to help with project management. We're bringing additional outside counsel support to help with transactions and loans. And also, because since COVID, there were a lot of new staff who came into agencies across the board, HPD included. We've actually invested in training to get them up to a place where they are on par with where we need them to be. We've accelerated the training so they know more about finance. So we've brought in outside help to get people more up to speed on development, finance, strategies, and education.
Yeah, and one note I will add to what the commissioner just said is that we also, with this budget, beginning FY26, we're seeing an additional 30 heads being added to our budget which primarily supports staff who do this work. So that's funding from what we call our interfund agreement, which the capital budget reimbursing the expense budget for staff. And so those 30 staff will not be subject to the freeze. We can have staff lined up and new candidates lined up to fill this position very quickly. So those are all the things that we're working on to beef up staffing for that.
What's the approximate time for I apply for a job at HPD, you hire me, how long until my first day at work?
I think it depends on the funding source. So if it's something where we're not subject to particular hiring procedures, it could be a couple of months, and then it depends on whether you are coming new from outside city service or internal city service. If you're internal city service, often we're also working with the other agency to come up with a release date that makes sense and doesn't impair their work and allows them to come over here. If it's someone who's coming from outside private sector into the public sector, it really just depends on the funding source to tell us how long it would take. We could have something that's a couple of months. Some positions do wait a much longer time.
So at the preliminary budget hearing, HPD was asked about a disclaimer on your website that says it could take up to a year for a project manager to be assigned to some of the preservation programs. Is that still the case?
So yes, it is still the case with the preservation finance team that right now it could take up to a year to connect with a project. There are some things I do want to note that are newer to HPD and particularly focused on preservation to deal with the pipeline. So as part of City of Yes, we actually have 16 new preservation staff lines just on the project management side, with 5 additional lines just focused on the legal transaction side of moving those projects forward. We have temps through that temporary workers through the capacity work to also supplement the things that they're doing. So 18 of our 28 temporary workers are actually focused on our preservation pipeline to continue that work moving through. We also launched a new program to try to leverage, and again, I mentioned this in the testimony, but working with the OMB and other partners, we've tried to be as creative as we can to build in capacity. So we've heard from development partners, nonprofit, for-profit, that leveraging the broader real estate community could help us make this work very well. So we're actually working with 2 community development finance institutions, CPC and LISC, to help us pre-package loan applications, to work through those pieces and bring them in at a state of readiness to allow us to move them faster. It's called the Community Partnerships for Affordable Renovation. These are really focused on properties that are not very complicated. Those are the ones that we say that we're really still continuing to work through our core full-time staff. These are for properties that have affordability under 80% of AMI, because again, the entire preservation pipeline as we work through it, we're really targeting the most difficult and urgent cases, and is providing funding for moderate rehabilitation. So we have 9 projects in the pipeline with this pilot. If it works well, we'll continue to expand it, and it'll become another stream of work to supplement the new staff and the existing staff that we have. And then we've also reorganized our Office of Legal Affairs to make sure we have more dedicated people just on the preservation side, so that we can continue to build up that capacity.
So overall, what are the main drivers of why it takes so long to get affordable housing built or preserved in the city right now?
So I would say there's a couple of big pieces. One, the process of development continues to be one that has parts that starts with sort of if it's private land, the negotiation and acquisition of that private land between private partners, and then you have to decide whether or not you are going to work through a subsidized tract, fully subsidized tract with the city or with the state, or you move through a mixed income project that is using state or local resources. Part of that decision is also whether or not your land, as currently constructed, the building envelope, meets the needs of what you're trying to do. You may need to go get a variance. You may need to, through the Board of Standards and Appeals, you may need to go get a full rezoning or a chair action, or you may need to get some other change to your land. Once you have and understand what your parcels are going to be, what development rights you're going to acquire, once you understand building envelope and the transaction deal as shaped, then it's about getting the financing. I would say that right now, the financing situation, the capital market situation is difficult. Lenders, there's a lot of uncertainty right now. There was a lot of uncertainty even just recently because the city was going through some very major changes. Just, a year ago, we didn't have a tax abatement that dealt with the high cost of land. Just 6 months ago, we were still negotiating building envelope changes through City of Yes. Through all of that work and up and through the end of last year, a lot of questions were answered for developers in the city of New York about where they had to get, what permissions they had as of right, what permissions they had to get through going through other discretionary actions. And then those who come to the city of New York to build affordable housing then starts the process of making sure that they're compliant with our term sheets, making sure that they're able to build with the kind of goals that we're trying to have them build. We're also working on new term sheets, right? So we had spent the last several years working with developers to understand how to get the term sheets in place that met the increased costs, triple-digit costs from construction, labor, insurance. So we were working through that information. Over the last, I'd say, year, we had over 15 meetings with 70 stakeholders just to get new term sheets right, which we have, we've recently put out new term sheets for our ANCP program, for our preservation term sheets will go up this month. Open Door is coming out. So there's a long list of them, but that also gives certainty, predictability, and allows them to go get money from the private industry so that we could be a gap filler to make affordable housing happen. And we haven't even talked about the regulatory pieces of it. So the coordination between the Department of Buildings, DEP, HPD, for whether you're working with us on the subsidy side or using a tax abatement. And that's where Get Stuff Built was really important. That's where the work to look at the regulatory scheme and try to figure out how to reduce the timing by 50% was really important. That's where trying to figure out and pass the Green Fast Track, which allowed us to take buildings that were passive house, electric design, not impeding on historic resources, and move them through environmental review that was unnecessary and save $100,000 was important. So we're trying to chop through things that data has suggested is a time drain and get that out of the way and move those projects forward. But if I were to sum up all of this, I would say that the process of first figuring out for new construction what kind of building you want to build, where you want to build it, what permissions you need, whether or not you are in a place where that building program works for either a city, fully subsidized project, a mixed income project, an as-of-right project, then moving through one of those tracks to go through either the financing match, connecting yourself with, as of right project, with the Department of Buildings, DEP, or if you're on the coastline, there's a whole other set of regulatory agencies you have to work with, and then making sure that you're going through that process and checking all the boxes correctly. The city has been very interested in understanding that regulatory map. We have been trying to chop through it, but those are some of the factors that contribute to the length of time.
And this is something I've written about with one of my colleagues. It definitely seems that right now it's easier and quicker for a developer to build a homeless shelter than to do affordable housing. I have a situation in my district, I've heard from many of my colleagues, where it's a vacant lot, so it's blue sky, they can build whatever's needed. But they decide to build a homeless shelter because they can get the subsidy process and everything processed years quicker than HPD, and a developer doesn't want to sit on a vacant lot paying taxes for 3 or 4 years, so they're going to say yes to build a homeless shelter. We need homeless shelters, but I don't think we're ever going to get out of our homelessness crisis if we're not building more housing. So when you have a vacant lot, I'd much rather see affordable or supportive housing, any kind of housing built, rather than just continuing to build homeless shelters. But right now I'm worried that we're undermining our own housing goals by making it easier to build homeless shelters for developers who are agnostic. They'll build whatever you want them to build, but if it means getting paid tomorrow versus getting paid 4 years from now, well, which one are you going to do? Why is it so much easier for a developer to do a homeless shelter than to build affordable housing, and what is HPD doing to close that gap?
So I would say, I want affordable housing to be built faster as well. That's what we are all here to talk about, and this is what the work focuses on. It is absolutely true that our pipeline is a long pipeline. Some projects, depending on the type of project, may take a few years, or it could be longer than 5 years. Part of it has to do with the way we finance affordable housing, but it's the way affordable housing is financed across the country. Affordable housing is financed through a number of different layers of subsidy using public and private contributions. We heavily depend on HPD being able to maximize how many projects we're able to do. Rather than build 2 or 3 very expensive projects, we've been able to leverage federal, state, and local resources to finance tens of thousands of units. That involves the use of low-income tax credits, one of the nation's most innovative solutions to building affordable housing, creating millions of units nationally. We use our own city capital. We use federal funds like the Home Partnership Funds to build senior housing. On the federal piece, and I think we've discussed this before, the low-income tax credits are a really important program, but we've been advocating for years that some of the rules around it makes it harder to do what I just described, which is maximize the money we have to spread it out effectively, to do more projects, to get more projects through the pipeline. They have, within the rules, a requirement that if any project that receives low-income tax credits needs to use 50% of that project needs to be funded using low-income tax credits. We have advocated to bring that basis point down to 25, basically cut in half. Last year there was a bill that, if it had went through at the federal level, would have allowed us to finance another 4,400 units of affordable housing. I will say, just 24 hours ago, in the House Ways and Means markup in the reconciliation, they included a budget item that says that they are going to move forward, not only with they want to propose moving forward, not only with reducing the 50 to 25, but also increasing the 9% tax credit, which is a even more advantageous tax credit that we use for expensive deals, by increasing that by 12%. So by making the efficiencies at the federal level, it actually lets us use our capital more efficiently to fund more projects and move more projects through the pipeline. So we're going to follow that. There's at least 100 sponsors. It is a strong bipartisan bill, and we had good conversations in DC about what we can do to support that to move forward. And then on the local level, I think a lot of things that make it difficult is how many different steps people have to go through and how much it costs to go through those steps to get the permission that they need for affordable housing. And we're looking through that and trying to figure out how to move through it. And as you point out, staffing continues to be a piece of it, but we're working to make investments, train up the staff that we have, put them in a position to work through projects.
Is there something the council can do to help speed up these timelines?
I think the council's support through City of Yes was very helpful. Not only does the $1 billion help us do projects, the staff lines are going to help us do projects. The council has been record about the federal changes, and we certainly need to continue putting more pressure, not letting up. The next 6 weeks or so are really important to seeing that work happen. And I think overall, continuing to have a conversation with the council about what provisions in charter and law and regulatory scheme is involved in development of housing writ large in New York City is going to be very helpful. And I would say the last piece, the work that you've done on fair housing, the pressure that we want to make sure that everyone understands that it's everyone's obligation to build fair housing across the city, that makes clear the message that we want to move projects faster, not impede its movement forward.
Why do you think the cost of rental housing has increased so much higher than inflation in the city over the past 50 years?
I mean, I can just offer a couple of thoughts on this. Again, the costs have accelerated dramatically since just COVID. We have seen interest rates go up and not come down, and I think those who follow, and I'm not an expert in this, are not hearing about rate cuts anytime soon. We have seen that the actual management and operation of housing internally, OpEx costs have gone up. There are a number of costs that contribute to making it more difficult to not only build the housing and get it up, but then also operating the housing, and borrowing has gone up in cost as well. So all of those have contributed, plus land costs are where they are and they continue to go up.
What do you believe is HPD's role in decreasing the excessive costs of rental housing in the city?
I think it's a couple of things. I think one is making sure that we're contributing to creating housing on multiple work streams. So we've talked about the 100% affordable housing. We've also talked about housing for particular communities, vulnerable communities, ensuring that we're developing affordable housing in multiple income streams. If you look at our fiscal year 24 numbers, 96% of our housing was for households at 80% AMI and lower. That's for a family of three, 2 adults and a child, $110,000 a year. 69% when you look at 50% AMI and lower. That's in the 70s for a family of three. That's new construction of 100% subsidy on private, and then on public sites, just continuing to move forward and get those projects advanced just through ULURP, through the entitlement, and then work on how to finance them after the fact. I think part of it also is that we can't just build housing on public sites alone. We need to also look at the ways that we could advance mixed income housing in the city of New York. Sir, you've been a champion for conversion of non-residential buildings. So we have a number of really great projects in commercial buildings now becoming residential, moving through 25 Water. That's going to be hundreds of affordable in a project that isn't using city subsidy, but we are having a tax abatement that's requiring affordable housing as part of it. 395 Flatbush, 1,200 units, that 300 of which will be affordable housing, the largest amount of affordable housing that district will see in 10 years. 100 Gold, our own flagship building, expected to maybe be up to 2,000 units, 500 units of affordable housing without subsidy, the largest amount of affordable housing that neighborhood has seen by 10 times in the last 10 years. So fully subsidized, looking on private and public lots, advancing public lots, getting them through entitlement to make sure that we get those costs out of the way and focus on how to finance it, moving on every track to get mixed income housing so that we're using non-subsidy solutions to make that happen, the conversion of underutilized non-residential buildings to get those units. And then on the rental assistance side and the housing navigation side, when we have rental assistance, working with owners, giving them confidence that this is a program that we can commit with them, and looking for opportunities to place people in homes, I think is really important. And lastly, we're a client like other developers in the regulatory environment that constructs housing. We talk regularly with our colleagues at DOB, DEP, et cetera, in what we could do together, both as a regulator on the tax abatement side and a user of the permitting process to work together. So we were really excited to be part of Get Stuff Done. We really think a lot of the innovations there, whether we are directly leading it or contributing as a partner to it, will help advance housing in New York City.
Okay, last question from me. IBO released a report last year that found, in practice, developers rarely consider a density bonus alone as sufficient financial benefit to proceed with a project. Does HPD agree with IBO's assessment?
I actually think that this is something that we've been talking about since 2015, 2014. So the original study for coming out of voluntary and considering things like mandatory inclusionary housing is that study suggested that in many markets you needed to pair both a tax abatement assistance with building envelope in order to get strong output of affordable housing and viable projects. And as we continue discussions about both City of Yes and different abatements over that time, we have seen a strong connection. It really depends on the market that you're in. It depends on what the cost of the projects are, but there is a strong connection between the both, especially in our stronger markets, our higher cost areas.
Well, what would you say is more effective for increasing housing supply? Is it zoning changes or is it more city subsidy?
I think it's a little bit, again, it really is about the area of the city that you're building in and the costs associated. Changes to zoning and building envelope allows a certain level of predictability and planning that cannot be understated. Advancing citywide zoning like City of Yes did, looking at the neighborhood plans that have already been passed, AIM Up and the one, AIM Up, Long Island City, the ones we've done, we are looking ahead in the future, creates the ability for developers to work with partners in the financing field to say, this is what we can do. Can we price what it would cost to move a project forward? It gives them information that they don't already have. Uncertainty leads to higher costs or no opportunities. Certainty does the opposite. And so I think zoning is a really important part of that. That being said, when approached with what the actual costs are, what people will be faced with and what people will offer on the private side, and HPD is a gap filler. We always do the best we can, but we have to do it in a way that creates fairness and accessibility and opportunity for many users. So the private side is important. Those tax abatement tools help bring down the cost and allow us to exchange that for deep affordability in those projects.
Last question from me. Does HPD do any cost-benefit analysis to determine whether or not a dollar spent from the capital budget is more effective or impactful than a dollar spent through tax expenditures?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm going to bring up Deputy Commissioner Lucy Jaffe. There is some figures that we looked at it, but I'm not sure I can address your exact question.
Hi, thank you for that question. We do extensive analysis on all of our programs, and when we're proposing new programs or looking at reforms, and cost-benefit analysis to the city is always one of them. We are constantly looking at what is the best way to achieve something. That may be a difference in the cost-benefit of one program or one type of subsidy or another, or there is also often feasibility considerations, timeliness, so there can be a lot of factors that go into what makes a tax-based program versus a subsidy-based program more efficient and effective for the city, but cost-benefit analyses are always a big part of our financial work when we're thinking about any new programs or reforms.
And I would just add that every project goes through a multi-unit review where we look at everything, whether development rights, land, and the individual capital we put into projects are evaluated for what is the best use of it. So especially when there's development right transactions, whether it's a better use to transfer those development rights or build on the lot that it's transferring from. And those are the kind of specific questions we look at each of the tracks.
Do you think the HPD budget should be higher?
I think that in order for us to build really good communities and strong housing, we also need good parks. We need good schools and streets. You know, I've also worked in government for a while. I've worked at a number of different places. I've had the pleasure of working in public service, and I know that those agencies are also looking for their own ability to advance projects. We work with OMB as part of a larger community to make sure each one of us has the opportunity to build projects, so they work in tandem together. I think we're about 14% of the capital budget? Yeah, we're about 14% of the capital budget. I'm very grateful for the money that we get, and I understand, and this administration works with us to give us more money, as has been demonstrated recently. So I would not want to see a budget that impaired our ability to deliver on other goals and things New York City needed, and would want to be part of a holistic budget that delivered more good things on more fronts.
Thank you, Commissioner. Turn it over to Chair Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Councilmember Ressler, who's going to be my voice. You have to do your best impression of me.
I will do no such impression, but I think this is going to be a highlight of my professional career because never will I have ever sounded more cogent and intelligent than today reading the questions drafted by Chair Sanchez and her team. I do, just as a point of privilege, want to say I think that the prelim budget hearing was just entirely too much of a love fest for the acting commissioner, and I'm going to say no nice things today.
No, please don't.
So again, channeling the chair. I don't want you to think that these are my smart questions.
I would not.
Good. The executive financial plan included $46.6 million for fiscal year 27 through fiscal year 29 for additional funding for the 1515 supportive housing plan. Does the funding added for supportive housing in the exec budget amount to $137 million over 5 years?
Is in addition to 137.
It's in addition to
Yes,
the 137?
The 137 million is for
So
the
it gets us
capital
to
plan, and this 46
187.
million is the expense budget.
Oh, that's the expense side. Got it. And then, could you just clarify? I was a little confused by the mayor's announcement from a couple weeks ago. How many scatter site units have been completed? So 1515 plan, 15,000 units by 2030. Mayor Adams announced that we're speeding it up and going faster. We're going to create those 15,000 units by 2028. But it's been a little bit confusing what the tracking has been all along. So can you just give us the data? How many scatter site units have we created to date? How many congregate units have we created to date? And then this change in plan will create an additional 6,000 congregate units. Is that correct?
So it's about a little over, like around 5,900. I think it was 1,300 scatter.
HPD isn't a point on the scattered site program, so I don't have the latest numbers. I think talking to the Department of
Don't give us the latest, but what's just any update at all, because it's been hard to get.
So originally, the plan was 7,500 scattered site, 7,500 congregate. Less than 20% of the scattered site commitment has been awarded.
Okay.
So
for those tracking at home, that's at less than 1,500 units.
Approximately.
Okay.
And the reallocation leaves a few hundred units essentially for scattered site production, but reallocates the vast majority of that commitment to the scattered.
And when will we,
program.
so we'll no longer complete the 15 by 15 plan in 2028 as the mayor had previously committed? What's the new deadline for now all 15,000 units being completed?
So the congregate commitment will extend beyond the 2028 commitment.
Do you have a deadline for when we'll be done with these 15,000 units?
I think part of it is that we're evaluating, because we do straight ground-up construction of new supportive housing, but we also have worked with our other programs like Ella or Mix and Match to combine.
Can you get back to us with a timeline?
We can try. It's really about what's in our pipeline and how fast we.
I understand, but the mayor went out on a limb and said, we're going to get this timeline done faster. We're going to complete these 15,000 units by 2028, and then change the plan dramatically. I mean, because we weren't on pace to do it. We'd only done 20% of the scatter site. So the whole thing just seems, it's not all in HPD's bucket. The things that I'm criticizing are the things outside of HPD's bucket. I'm sorry.
We'll work on getting that.
I'm tangenting. I'm here to channel the chair. I apologize. With Intro 1063, the Housing Rescue Resident Protection Act, sponsored by our great chair, the council is considering a transformative set of reforms that would focus on the worst buildings and most negligent landlord. Because HPD's enforcement programs have not been sufficient to address the worst of the worst, it is critical that we pass this legislation for residents living in dangerous conditions. However, it is essential that this legislative reform be paired with sufficient budgetary resources. The executive budget does not include additional funding specifically for reform third-party transfer program. Is that right? How can we work together to ensure additional resources are included in the adopted budget, assuming you agree that they're necessary? And at the preliminary hearing, HPD testified that you would get back to the chair on the approximate staffing costs to date, or even better, per round, to administer TPT, understanding that this is a multi-agency effort. Do you have those staffing cost estimates for the chair today?
So I think as mentioned at the last hearing, part of the reason why we are not yet sure what the costs are is we're in conversation with your office, with your team, and with you about what the program should look like. The program involves not just HPD, it involves the Department of Finance, the Law Department, DEP, all of which would have to include additional staff, resources, technology, investments in order to make this happen. We had talked about some of the costs that were incurred during the last round and what that looked like for both ourselves, for those partners, Neighborhood Restore, and then also costs like maintaining the buildings in the interim before transfer happens. We start there, but before we can move forward, we need to know what kind of program we're working on with you, which we're committed to advancing and making happen. And then additionally, we have talked to you about technical assistance for owners, replicating the type of investments we've made for 1 to 4 family, but looking at that for multifamily buildings. We just recently, I think, had really productive conversations about how to use some existing funds to advance the Owner Resource Center. And that will be a key part of not only the city side of the investment, but working with CBOs on the outside to help those owners. So I really think that that's a budget that will need to come out of those conversations. And even if we pass legislation in the near future, we would be, most of the implementation could happen using next year budget funds. And in the short term, especially after talking to many of the council members, and there's in things that we have presented ourselves with OMB, there are more near future needs we need to fund, but we do think that in the next budget, from a timing perspective, those funds being there would still make us able to implement the program we designed with you and pass into legislation.
So just to be clear, you're not anticipating or planning for additional funds in the adopted budget to ensure effective management of TPT? You think that their existing resources will be adequate for the legislation that's ultimately passed?
I think we have to talk about both the legislation, the program, what the parameters and contours of the program is before we can put a budget together. Otherwise, it will be underfunded or we're not sure what we're funding for.
Okay. I mean, I just think the chair has taken a real leadership role on this. It's been such a thorny issue for such a period of time. To pass this bill without the necessary resources to operate the program would be a recipe for, would be a challenging dynamic for all of us. I'm just trying to channel. So I hope that we're working through that at the same time. Anything you want to add? Yes. And just to be clear, you have no new info on the costs incurred from the previous rounds today that you can share with us?
So I'm happy to go through round 10. I don't have going back to the inception of the program, but if there are particular components, we can certainly talk that through. The biggest costs to date have been around staffing to administer the program. That's HPD, Department of Finance, DEP, and the City Law Department. There's also been support for Neighborhood Restore. We expect that from the inception of the program, it's been about $79 million that's gone to support Neighborhood Restore. And then City Capital has been the other major expense. We expect going forward approximately $250,000 per unit. It's clearly gone up over time as renovation costs have increased. I just want to add on one thing that the acting commissioner mentioned, which is that if we were to pass legislation this year, the first round would not commence until mid-next year because it would be after the lien sale. And so we would expect that the first round of costs for the program would likely be staffing costs and then some of the early engagement and technical assistance with property owners, which would not really occur until mid-2026. So we have a little bit of time to still work through some of the budget.
Mid-calendar year 26, so like potentially FY 27.
So mid-calendar year 2026, we would expect probably to start incurring the first costs. And then the the support for Neighborhood Restore and the capital needs, we would not expect to incur until the actual transfers or foreclosures happen, which would be a couple years later, at least 2 years, if not 3 years later. So those costs we would expect to be out-year costs. And I think one of the biggest unknowns that we still need to work through, or that could shift depending on where the final eligibility criteria land, is what we expect the redemption rate to be going forward. Historically, it's been 80%, and so we do expect if the criteria are refined and we're focused on more troubled buildings, that redemption rate could drop. And so that's one of the uncertainties that I think we still need to work through.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. And $79 million for Neighborhood Restore, what does that cover? And could you just speak to what staffing support that includes?
So that is,
Head
so
count.
Neighborhood Restore is the interim owner of properties once they go through TPT.
Right.
They own the property until such time as the new assigned property manager developer can scope out the renovations, secure financing for the renovations, and take title. That could be a couple years of interim ownership by property. If there's litigation or other complicating factors, it could take longer. So during that period of time, Neighborhood Restore is responsible for making sure that any critical immediate repairs, they work with the property manager to make sure those happen. If the cash flow from the building is insufficient to do it, they will front money for those critical immediate repairs. They also, if there are bills that the revenue from the building can't cover, they will cover any expenses. So making sure that there's utilities in the building, there's heat during the winter. Any of the critical systems and expenses would be covered during that interim ownership stage.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner Dargo. We've been joined by Council Members Aviles and Stevens and our Public Advocate, Jamani Williams. A couple more questions and then, and Gail Brewer, sorry, and Salam. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at a list, I'm just looking at who's in front of me. I apologize to the council members from Manhattan. We are pleased to see that the state's enacted budget, and by we, the chair is pleased to see that the state's enacted budget delivers on the commitment of $1 billion in capital funding for housing in New York City that we fought and negotiated for. Half of the state's committed funds are for subsidies for new construction of affordable housing. How will these funds be allocated across your new construction programs? And according to the budget legislation, quote, funding will be pursuant to a plan approved by the state budget director. Have you had any initial conversations with Blake or Ruth Ann or Commissioner Wisnauskas? And what will that plan look like?
So we have not had, I have talked to HCR and Roseanne, Commissioner Wisnauskas, and I've talked to the governor's office and the administration, certainly in communication. We are still waiting, the budget just passed, we're still waiting to understand what the process will be for working through both the proposals and the advancement of approvals. I would say that the state and the city has a pretty long history in working pretty collaboratively on this, whether it's the Affordable Homeownership Opportunity Program, where we work together on homeownership dollars, our supportive housing projects, where we're continuing to work together on that work. On the new construction side, they're pretty established ways, especially with the Office of, with HCR in being able to advance these dollars.
Too early to say any specific programs?
Nothing was outlined specific, and that's good in the state legislation. So we'll be working with them and hopefully using the same strategies that have worked well in the past to continue to bring those dollars into New York City.
Would you be amenable to communicating with the chair and the committee on the potential programs that are going to be prioritized for this funding?
I think, yeah, we would be happy to provide updates. I think part of it also is to look at how, there's always been a conversation about how our units of appropriation are set up. We're going to be looking sort of at the big picture, right? Look at how things are framed out and we're able to fund, and the flexibility we have on the local level, match that up with our ability to be and move with new construction funds at the state level and work together to figure out the best way to maximize those dollars with the federal resources I mentioned earlier.
Okay, we'll do one more topic on behalf of the chair, then a statement from the public advocate, and then member questions. At the preliminary budget hearing, the chair and you discussed efforts to issue new term sheets. And the committee was very pleased to see a new Neighborhood Pillars term sheet finally appear on HPD's website. Have you been getting any interest? How many buildings or units does HPD expect to reach, given the relatively low amount that the administration has invested in the program? I believe it's $15 million for FY26. When an affordable housing developer sees that a term sheet is 4 or 5 years out of date, how does that affect their willingness to pursue that HPD program? And are there additional term sheets that we should be anticipating in the near future?
I, again, appreciate the question, and of course, we appreciate the support for Neighborhood Pillars. It's an important program to us. We did relaunch it. We were excited about seeing and getting that moving forward. We worked on that with dozens of advocates over at least a year plus, many years of conversations. So we do expect this to have a high impact right now. We think at about 100 units a year based on the funding, but I also want to stress the fact that this is work that isn't exclusive to Neighborhood Pillars. We have nearly a dozen preservation term sheets. Many of the nonprofit advocates we work with use those tools as well to make the same kind of outcome in distressed buildings, realize better futures for the tenants who live in those buildings, and can use that in conversations with owners in terms of coming up with different succession plans. So while Neighborhood Pillars is, as a statement and as a tool, is very important, we still and have continued to have preservation term sheets, the New York Acquisition Fund, other tools where we were making that work happen in real time, either through conversations with owners, through our housing litigation work, and other streams. And then as far as...
Can I just pin you down, though? So have you gotten any interest to date?
So I don't know if we can come back to you with that.
How many buildings or units does HPD expect to reach, given the relatively modest amount of funding?
So in this particular term sheet, we think maybe 100, but in the work that we're doing overall...
100 units.
100 units. But in the work that we are doing to take distressed buildings, put them in a better situation, either through the current owner or with a nonprofit, that's where you're doing millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars of that work, and that's going to yield many more units. And so you had asked about the term sheets. We expect new preservation term sheets to be out fairly soon, if not this month, in a couple of weeks after. We are expecting other term sheets to come out after that. Open Door, we already put out the revised Affordable Neighborhood Cooperative Program, the ANCP term sheet, the new Home First term sheet, which covered different things, but the preservation term sheets are the most germane to this conversation. Those should be out. Those also went through a year of meetings, at least 15 meetings, 70 stakeholders who are involved with that. And to your last question, yes, having older term sheets did create a lot of questions, but I do want to stress that when they come into our program, the project managers and the leadership in development finance are working with those owners and working with their team to make sure that we're funding those units at a level that adequately takes care of the job. Right? We're not going to fund something. That's why we stress so much to make sure the scope is complete. That's why we stress so much that any other resources that come into the project are there and sure, so that the dollars that go into it from the public, the scopes that we developed, and the outcomes that we expected all happen. And so that is the information actually that we've used with our conversations with OMB to land those term sheets. Those years of engagement and those outcomes is how we got to where we are going to be in a couple of weeks.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. I think you've put Anaya to sleep.
You're welcome. It's a very hard thing to do.
And with that, I will pass it over to Public Advocate Williams, who has a statement. And
Thank you, Councilmember Chair Sanchez, for allowing me to give my opening statement in the middle of the hearing. Appreciate it. First, as mentioned, Jemina Williams, my name is Public Advocate, City of New York. Just for those who care, I'm not $1 million in debt. I'm not homeless, and I have not committed any mortgage fraud at all. And go Knicks. Thanks again for the opportunity, and chairs and the members of the Committee on Housing and Buildings for holding this hearing, allowing me the opportunity to provide a statement. I would like to highlight the same crucial data points I raised during the preliminary hearing for housing and buildings. For the past few years, the Department of Housing Preservation Development, HPD, has faced high attrition rates at 45.6%, change from pre-pandemic to current trends. The attrition rate pre-pandemic, 2016 to 2019, was 164, and with a peak in 2022 with 273 staff members leaving HPD, in 2023, 300, and in May 2024, 238. For fiscal year 2025, there were a total of 2,832 budgeted full-time positions. As of March 2025, the actual headcount is 2,383 with a vacancy rate of 15.9%, which is a total of 449 vacancies. There was an increase from February 2025 as the HPD's vacancy rate was 13.8% with a total of 382 vacancies. HPD's vacancy rate went up by 2.1% with a total increase of 67 vacancies within a month. Although HPD has bounced back from pandemic lows, it is extremely concerning that within a few months there was a large dip. HPD needs to prioritize hiring to ensure the gaps are filled and that they will be able to operate in full capacity. According to the Executive Financial Plan, the fiscal year 2026 executive budget for HPD is $1.56 billion. This is significantly lower than the fiscal year 2025 executive budget proposal of $2.13 billion, and less even than the proposed 2026 preliminary budget of $1.69 billion. It comes in just over the fiscal year 2025 adopted budget of $1.40 billion. I hope the Council does not consider any further cuts from the adoption of the budget. The fiscal year 2026 executive budget included additional $46.6 million in fiscal year 27, fiscal year 29 for 1515 supportive housing, which will help the transition of 5,800 in supportive housing units to congregate settings. Supportive housing must be a priority when it comes to responding to the city's mental health crisis. In year 10 of the city's 15-year plan for housing, we are falling behind. I hope during today's hearing we'll hear more from the administration on their plans to address the issues I mentioned, along with the federal cuts that are looming. Thank you. Appreciate it.
thank you so much, Public Advocate Williams. Would also like to acknowledge Councilmember Dinowitz, the chair's neighbor to the north, is here. We will start with Councilmember Lewis, followed by Councilmember Brooks Powers.
Thank you, chairs, and thank you, Councilmember Russell, for supporting at this moment. Good to see you, Commissioner, and your whole team. Your team has been very helpful with some of the properties in my district, 1111 Ocean Avenue, 2500 Bedford, 3900 Kings Highway. So I wanted to ask 3 quick questions regarding provisions for addressing repairs. With the Council's FY26 executive budget request for $2.2 million to enhance HPD's litigation team, not included, how does HPD plan to continue enforcement of housing agreements and service implementation when legal intervention is required? Does HPD have sufficient staff and legal resources to address serial noncompliance? And what will HPD's enforcement capacity look like in FY26 compared to FY25 in terms of legal action, physical repairs, and inspection volume?
I'm happy to answer those questions, and also Daniel and your team has been great partners on those buildings, of course. So just to stress on the housing litigation part, our staffing has held stable since the last time we've come before the prelim, and even beyond that, we have seen just through our housing litigation work over 52,000 violations corrected. We have initiated about 2,200 cases, which is not among our highest, but we've also been more involved in tenant activated cases or initiated cases. issues, which we
Right.
take just as seriously. So, and then been able to collect about 5.7 million in settlements and judgments, which includes everything from violations to monetary at that point. So on the housing litigation front, we do have a strong team. We're working with OMB and DCAS. DCAS because some of the staffing requirements, or we were able to get, since attorneys are hard to recruit titles, we were able to get some help in making our positions more attractive over time. We have been holding outreach to sort of law schools who have alumni networks, because we're looking for experienced attorneys to come into the fold and continuing that push. But I do think that we're working very aggressively on that front. Additionally, it's not the only resource we have around protecting tenants. We have our anti-harassment unit, and so in fiscal year 25 through March 31, we have seen an increase, a 21% increase in our proactive building visits when compared to fiscal year 24. It's 720 proactive building visits, 22 buildings with initiated litigation, and we've collected about $978,400 in civil penalties. You know, our inspector force continues to be something that we rebuild. We have about 370 active inspectors and supervisors, and we hope to graduate another class this summer. And people know my favorite thing is to take a selfie with every new class that comes in, because that's the face and heart of our agency.
So are you saying you don't have sufficient staff and legal resources to address the serial noncompliance? You're working on it? Is that
No,
what
no.
you're saying?
We actually have both. We are stable. We still have vacancies to fill.
Okay.
Somewhere between, I think, 11 and 14. And we are also depending and relying on other parts of the agency. So the anti-harassment unit, or if it's a building AEP, we're using the coordinator and those and that work. And then if it's serial noncompliance, we always have our emergency repair program for life hazardous and serious condition C violations. So it's not, litigation's part of it, but there's a lot of work that happens to either individual buildings where the issue is not corrected and it's a serious violation, or units like the anti-harassment unit, or established programs like AEP. And then on the litigation side, it's either our staff that's initiating litigation, or we're working and we're involved in tenant-initiated litigation, which we're a part of. So always, you know, continuing to fill those vacancies, but we are making sure we're filling up that work.
And Commissioner, my time is up, but you didn't get to highlight a little bit more on HPD's enforcement capacity and what that will look like for FY26.
So we have 370 active, and Emma will correct me, but we have about 370 active inspectors and supervisors. We are looking to graduate another class of inspectors, and just to let you know what the pipeline is, at the end of last year, beginning of this year, we actually did 2 job fairs, talked to 270 individuals, have about 70 people we made offers to. So we have a pipeline of individuals that we'll continue to pull from to fill vacancies as we have them, and as we continue to be able to graduate more classes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, now we have questions. We've been joined by Councilmember Hanks, and we have questions from Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Williams.
Thank you, and hi, Commissioner. Good to see you. The Auburn East project in my district has repeatedly seen delays for the Article 11 exemption from HPD. At first, the project was slated for this June, then it was pushed back to December, and now we are hearing that it may not even be closed in December. Without this exemption, the developer will not be able to open critically needed community benefits as a part of this project, or keep open rather. And can HPD provide a rationale for this delay and commit to a timeline this year for the closing? And I just want to color it by reminding you that at the time, then Commissioner Carrion came out to Rockaway for an elaborate press conference for the opening of a community space. Yeah. L&M had put the community benefits on the front end of that housing development, and has been, as a result, absorbing the costs. But they are unable to go too much further in absorbing that cost without a clear timeline for closing. And You know, this is something that we've often emphasized, especially when we go through the ULURP process through the Land Use Committee, and wanting to make sure that we're pushing forth like projects that HPD is committed to seeing in its fruition, especially when we're talking about wanting to create housing. The next question is, given recent efforts by the council to amend and improve Housing Connect, what modifications does HPD aim to make to the Housing Connect programs this year to improve the experience on the platform for its residents? How is the budget prioritizing that? Because we often get issues with that. And then my last question is, there has been like an extensive wait time for approval of landlord packages submitted on behalf of Section 8 recipients. And I wanted to know if HPD has funded additional staff maybe to be able to support this, and how HPD plans to further educate landlords in terms of that project, that process, because what's happening is packages are being kicked back for errors and or omissions, which have also not been clarified to landlords what those actual errors may be. And it elongates the process and takes even longer for people who are unhoused or housing insecure to get into their new home.
Would you mind if I went backwards instead of, okay, great.
However you want to
So on the Section 8 rent increase, so a owner is able to apply for a rent increase on a Section 8 for increase under the payment standard if there is a voucher holder in that apartment. They're able to do it at either lease renewal or if it's a project-based voucher contract at the anniversary of that contract. When we moved forward with, or there's two parts of it. There was a staffing piece of it where, like other parts of HPD, what is now the Office of Housing Access and Stability saw a high vacancy rate in what is basically our rent increase specialists within the Department of Tenant Owner Resources. That had been rebuilt up, so we were able to bring new staff in. And I'll talk a little bit about what the supplemental piece of it, but they go through that process. They go through those individuals when they work through that process. The increases were affected by a couple things. There were a number of years where people did not submit increases and continued just to get the same payment. Some of that changed when the state law was amended for Section 610, which actually was a program city supported. We wanted to see if we can get more dollars for operating costs that continue to increase inside buildings under the payment standard and the available federal rent costs that we had. Rent money that we had, that would not affect how much a tenant would pay. So the tenant would be held harmless. We would use the federal funds to increase how much money went to the owners. That resulted, both the uptick in sort of property managers and building owners starting to do things that they weren't doing during COVID, like requesting increases, and the availability of this new program led to a huge spike in increases at the time that we were still not fully funded. At the end of 2023, where we started to see funding return to the agency and our ability to staff up more regularly, we were able to not only partially rebuild the team, but we also put our own funds to hire temporary staff. Now we're up to 10. It was 8 at that point, but now 10 staff members to help deal with the spike. At that point in time, we had a 2-year backlog in rent increases because the spike came so tremendous. And then when Section 610 became more recognized or known by the community, more people who had not come to us for years started to come in with a lot of rent increases. I'm very proud to say, and a huge thank you goes to the team, everyone from the front end to the leadership in Housing Access and Stability. We went from 2 years to 6 years, 6 months. 2 years to 6 years is bad. 2 years to a 6-month backlog. That being said, we have had a little difficulty coming over the 6-month piece because we have seen even higher spikes than we expected. So for every time that we try to get more resources and anticipate how to beat the curve, there may be a spike that comes up. It happened in the fall of last year, actually happened again in the spring of this year. So we're actually talking internally now to see how we can control that curve moving forward. Unfortunately, because of the federal funding condition, programs like Section 610 are on pause until we realize how much additional funding that we have. We have to make sure we have the funding that we need to pay the payment standard, and then we can start looking at other ways to bring operating funds into buildings. But buildings who were first able to get the regulatory adjustment that allowed them to ask for the 610 increase, those increases are submitted. We're going to continue to pay that, and we're going to work through the backlog. So we're using both the staffing piece to help, but then also the education, as you pointed out. So at the beginning of this year, or yes, I think it was this year, because 610 and rent increases are something that not only happens at HPD, it happens at NYCHA, it happens at the State Housing Agency, DSS with City of Happs. We actually worked together using feedback, because we met with property managers and owners who were seeing this issue. Taking their frequently asked questions and developed a guide to walk through and educate people on all the different processes and how to request depending on which agency you talk to. Additionally, we put together PDF presentations, and to your point about the rent increase, there was some confusion about whether or not you still have to go through rent reasonableness, or whether you can get the max of the payment standard regardless of rent reasonableness. Those are questions that are dealt with in the primer that we created and the education we've done since. And there will always, I think there's, as people continue to come who have maybe not known it, or turnover and new staff on the outside that work with us, we'll continue to prioritize that education. I can get into Arvern next.
Yep, but before you get to Arvern, since you're going backwards, don't forget about Housing Connect.
Yes, oh, sorry, Housing Connect. So two parts of Housing Connect. So one, on the main initial lottery piece, that scope is still being worked out. I think we talked with Councilmember Dinowitz and the chair about providing information on the scope and what our guest timeline, our estimate timeline is, so we can also share that with you. But some of the things that we're seeing, for instance, is tenant information and communication between them and the marketing agent. We're seeing a lot of things that we want to do differently on the marketing agent side in their ability to batch and organize data. We're seeing that there are new tools that the marketing agent community is using, which interacted poorly with the system that we had set up, and creating slowdowns or stoppages of the Housing Connect system. So making sure what we built can react well and keep up with technology that the industry is using and doesn't negatively affect our work. Some of our problems also had to do with the way the technology is hosted. So right now, the Housing Connect is hosted on hardware servers. We work with OTI, who does a lot of support to help us manage that, where a lot of our work is moving to the cloud, which we think might help us manage it better and limit the number of interruptions. So that's part of the work that we're doing. On the front end, we're listening to our tenants and our applicants about what their experiences are with marketing agents. We had talked about this at the last hearing, but we have done 8 roundtables where marketing agents. We talk on a regular daily basis with participants, but thinking about how roundtables with participants starts to be part of how we plan out the rest of the work.
And sorry, just in the interest of time, I would like to get the guide. And in terms of the staffing shortage, is that accounted for in the executive budget in which HPD is looking to obtain?
We are self-funding 5 staff members of Housing Connect.
What's the ideal number of staff?
Yeah, so for the temps, we do have funding for the temps, so they're covered. In terms of the staff for that area, the Office of Housing Access and Stability, we have been able to bring that vacancy rate down. We're now under 10% in that area, and we'll continue to recruit. The good thing about it is that the grant-funded staff are not subject to the freeze, so we are able to hire quickly, and so we're working on rebuilding that team.
But you're self-funding 5, like what's the ideal number of staffing so that you don't have this bottleneck?
Oh, the 5 the commissioner mentioned is just for the temps for like a bridge, just to get us over. We still have regular staff, but those 5 are just temps to help catch up with the backlog.
So with the 5, you feel like there won't be that delay that we're seeing right now?
Well, in the delay, so the Housing Connect process is both us being able to get the initial lottery up, which involves the submission of starting the lottery, us approving the lottery ad so it meets the requirements of what information people should see, and then starting to put that lottery out. Usually it's a 60-day period to advertise the lottery. At that point, the lottery is closed. We bring the names are brought out, is randomized so that everyone has a fair chance, and log numbers are populated, and then the marketing agent starts going through those names. At that point, there are a number of questions about, what is the experience for individuals who are in low-income tax credit units versus other non-low-income tax credit units. Why is that important? Because there are different requirements and checks that might have to be implemented on one unit versus another based on the funding source. We are seeing that there is a lot of work we can do to improve the technology, to make it easier for the marketing agent and the applicants to communicate together to get the paperwork that they need. And we have been, and you see now in the marketing guidelines that we just improved, that we reduced the amount of paperwork that was required. 6 pay stubs down to 2, tax returns that may not be required anymore, self-certification of personal finances from $5,000 up to $50,000 because our data suggests that you don't need to provide paperwork and we can confirm that they're eligible for those units. So reducing the burden of what you collect will reduce the time. The work that we've done with the federal government last year to look at the tax code for units that may have additional requirements and coming up with new interpretations will reduce the time. And then the technology piece to make sure all of this catches up and we figure out a way for them to be able to work more effectively on the back end will reduce the time.
And Commissioner, if you could just answer the final question.
Yeah, we get to wrap up.
I'm sorry. So Arvernese, it's an important project. I did not get to join that event, but I've been out there because I've worked on this project from a couple of different places. It, like many of our larger projects, is dependent on all of the financial resources we talked about. I've talked to a number of members of the council about important projects that they want to see forward. Part of this is the federal tax credit solution that we talked about that will allow us to do more projects. Our capital budget is definitely in a better place, but again, without all of our tools in the place that we need, it limits how many projects we can move forward, and we do have a lot of projects in the pipeline. We're talking to the project team of Arvernese, trying to get creative. We said we would revisit the conversation over the summer, and we're happy to keep you updated about how fast we can move on that.
Well, we need to, and I'm sorry, Chair, we need to get this done this year, especially if HPD is saying that there's a shortage of housing, we need housing. This project has been in the pipeline from before I was elected, over 4 years ago.
Yes.
And myself and the borough president have contributed over $3 million to its affordability, but the goalpost keeps getting moved by HPD. With a lack of real transparency there. And so it is important that they get to close before the end of the year, because then now you're talking about not only not building housing that's much needed, but the community spaces that have come as a result will then be closed.
We don't want to see that happen. We want to be able to figure out a solution for them. We want to be able to execute fairly across a number of projects that have really important community facility space, delivering hundreds of units, 1,600 units of housing, so it's an important project. We are trying to be as creative and efficient with the funds that we have, but we will continue working hard to figure out what we can do for Arvernese.
Okay, we need to move on. Thank you. We got to keep it tight now because we're behind. We've been joined by Council Members Hanks and Hudson. Questions from Williams, followed by Brewer.
Thank you, Chair. I always want to talk about home ownership opportunities, and so just wanted to understand how HPD helps support, we know you help us support sustain affordable home ownership opportunities. What is the fiscal 2026 expense and capital budget for these initiatives?
Sure. So for our fiscal year 26, across the agency, we have various homeownership programs. On the expense side of things, we have over 17 million in expense dollars dedicated to homeownership programs. And then as far as the capital side for fiscal year 26, we're talking about 222 million for 26, but over the 10-year plan is over 1.7 billion dedicated to homeownership, the various homeownership programs.
Okay. What metrics does HPD use to measure success in each of the major programs? So in speaking to a lot of the developers, like Open Door really hasn't built any new substantive homeownership opportunities. So how do you measure success of each program?
Well, I would respectfully disagree, and there are hundreds of units built with Open Door, and we have more projects in the pipeline. It has been something that because of the cost of new construction for homeownership, it's maybe 2 times or more the cost, and the financing environment is more difficult than it was yesterday. It's something that we've primarily used on public sites because it allows us to control for one major cost, which is the acquisition price. The way we measure success is we have multiple ways that we try to approach the homeownership work. The first thing is just to retain and stabilize, the tens of thousands of homeownership units we have in the city right now. So a lot of our preservation dollars goes to support multifamily co-ops and 1 to 4 family homeowners. On the multifamily side, the preservation term sheets, J51 will also be a huge resource for that, and we're seeing a lot of interest from co-ops on the J51 bill, J51R program. We are also, again, Mitchell-Lama is a big piece of this, so 2/3 of our homeownership stock is Mitchell-Lama, so both the funding that we put in our Mitchell-Lama buildings, plus now there's some additional funding from the state, will be a big part of how we see that work move forward. So that's thousands of units, and part of what we look at when we're looking at what our preservation goals are. On the homeownership side, the Home Fix program and relaunching that program, expanding the number of services we work with, that's a big part of how we define success on our 1 to 4 family work, plus a number of other resiliency programs that we've been able to benefit from using federal funds at different points over the last couple of years. Increasing access has been very huge, so down payment assistance going from $40,000 a household to $100,000 a household, both the city and the state, and then being able to double that funds, again, support from the city council through City of Yes from 41 to $82 million. That will double the number of families that we help, and then creating new opportunities, which is both a mix of Open Door, but we really want to move forward with the remaining 60 or so buildings in the ANCP program. We just put out a new term sheet, which we think respond to a lot of the issues we heard, and would really appreciate the support of the council members in those districts to get ANCP
Can I just
forward.
ask one more question? Sorry, and I'm trying to respect the chair's wishes. So, 2 quick questions. What is the total amount of homeowners who have been assisted by the Home First Loan Program in fiscal 2024 and year to date in fiscal 2025? And then lastly, does HPD have any plans to develop new term sheets or programs for home ownership, something that can really be scaled up? Programs like Home First are great, but they are really small and such a tiny percentage of new construction.
So I think in that breakdown, I have to come back to you in the numbers, but to your question about the term sheets, the new Open Door term sheet is now going to be out, which I think will meet some of the issues or questions that we've gotten in the past. The new ANCP term sheet is out, which again not only creates homeownership for the tenants who have been doing the sweat equity, but vacant units become open units to the community. We have continued to look at tenant to ownership conversions as something in our work, especially given the number of buildings looking for different options because of financial or physical distress. And the last thing I would say is 485X did include option D, which was something that was very important to everyone that was part of those negotiations. And we believe we've heard some good interest. The numbers for that is something we'll publish soon, and we're continuing to see how we can use option D as a way to leverage more homeownership opportunity with less subsidy.
Questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Dinowitz.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Commissioner Tajani. I was at a tenant meeting with NYCHA earlier, but I did listen. So you have more money as a result of the asylums. Is it $50 million in '26?
Yeah, overall net, we did reduce the asylum seeker budget because the population has been going down. That was just an adjustment from one initiative for this year, but overall, we saw a net decrease.
What are you going to do with all that money?
Pardon me?
What are you going to do with all that money?
Oh, Councilmember, good question. So,
Yes, it's a very good question.
So the program, the asylum seeker initiative managed citywide. So whatever savings are recognized in areas are moved around the program. So while we may see savings on the HPD side, it's possible, with OMB manages how it's reallocated across the program citywide.
So you didn't get all that money?
So-
HPD did not get all that money?
So as far as asylum seeker funding, any savings does not go to HPD.
I know,
for
it goes
other
back to
HPD
OMB.
programs.
So, all right, so you don't have any of that money yet?
So we still do have asylum seeker money in our budget for the remaining programs that we have, but as far as any reallocations, they go to other agencies.
all right.
So new funding come from general, not specifically from that.
Okay. So you didn't get it, you don't know if you're getting any of it yet. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah,
No, so we have funding from other sources. So in terms of our additional budget, like we mentioned, the increase we saw with the NYC 15 program, supportive housing. So the agency is seeing an increase in our budget for other programs. But for the asylum seeker budget, those funds are specifically for that initiative. So we can only use for claiming purposes in order that it can only be used for asylum seeker costs. So
Okay.
any money that we don't spend in our budget for asylum seeker gets reallocated and doesn't go back to fund other
All right,
HPD.
I'm just trying to understand how you're going to build more housing. My same question, HDFCs, or whatever the hell you call them now. I asked about that in the preliminary budget. Are we any further along? That's home ownership. Where are we with HDFCs? Because what I guess I'm looking at between the HDFCs, the SROs, there's money left on the table, so to speak. These buildings exist, they just need to be converted. Go ahead.
Yep, so there are two parts of this. We're thinking through, the cost of conversion still continues to be something that is an item we're working on. We have new preservation programs. Our focus really is on ANCP. It's one of the ways that we use the affordable homeownership opportunity funds on the state level that helps supplement our work on the ground in New York City. That said, there was additional homeownership funds provided in the state legislature, the state budget that just passed. So our assistant commissioners in homeownership opportunities are looking at ways we could do tenant to owner conversion. The strongest, I think the possibility of doing more with option D with 485X is something we're looking at, but it's not going to work in every geography, so we're going to have to figure out a plan that has different tools for different geographies. And they would, for new construction 100% subsidized, they would be HDFCs.
Right, I sort of understand what you said. Not completely, but you don't have any more units that have been converted, or you don't have a number as to what you're going to convert in the next 2-6?
We don't have a number to what we're going to convert in the next two.
All right, and how about SROs? Do you have a number for SROs in terms of conversion? Obviously, the Windermere being one. Do you have others that you're trying to convert to be a permanent affordable housing?
We do have a number of developers who are coming to us about either converting SROs, Class B buildings into Class A. And as you know, we're also looking at expanding the use of shared housing, which is something we've talked about, City of Yes, and the numbers demonstrate.
Yeah, I'm not sure that goes to poor people, but go ahead.
The numbers demonstrate we still need to also build for more singles and two-person households. So we are working on legislation now to come back to the council to develop that idea further. So it's going both ways. SROs that are looking to convert into Class A apartments, we're working on those conversions in the pipeline. We're also looking at expanding the use of shared housing, since there's also been a demonstrated demand for up-to-date, newly constructed, high-quality shared living environment.
Okay, but do you have any number for the number of SRO units that are available for conversion that you're working to convert? Do you have a number for that?
I don't have a number for you right now, but we can come back to you with that data.
Okay, and then just finally, I don't know if it's you or somebody, or if it's DSS, but there are a lot of vacancies in supportive housing. Is that your issue or some other agency? It seems to me it should be the administrations. There's a lot of vacancies in for supportive housing.
It's something that we work on with DSS. I would probably defer to them on the referral process, but as we build units or there are projects that have a regulatory agreement with us, they're under Housing Connect requirements, we get involved to make sure that lease up is happening.
But you and DSS meet, I assume, on a regular basis. Does anybody have a list of the agencies and nonprofits that have vacancies?
Yes, and yes, so I could go back to DSS and work on putting that data for you. We're brought in when it's projects under.
Can you get us that list of the vacancies in the nonprofits?
We'll go back to talk to DSS.
Can you
about this
get us
question.
the list of those agencies that have vacancies?
I will go back to DSS and talk about this question.
Thank you. There's hundreds of them, FYI. Thank you.
Okay, 2 minutes each for Dinowitz, Hanks, followed by Salam.
Sorry. I'm waiting for my time to be reduced. First, Commissioner, thank you. Thank you for getting back to me about the lottery, the filter. I would note that according to the letter, 39% of applicants are rejected outright because they don't meet the criteria when applying. And in a batch of 250, it's about 100 people who are just rejected outright. That means 100 other people could have been in that batch. So I just want to point that out for the committee. In the past fiscal year, how many units of housing have you financed for new construction?
It was about a little over 25,000. 14,000 were new construction. Around 13,000 were preservation.
14,000 new construction. How many of those were 3-bedroom apartments?
I don't have that data broken out for you, sir, but we can get that to you.
Can I guess?
I don't know.
0. How many 2-bedroom apartments?
Well, also our term sheet has requirements for larger bedroom size, so.
Your term sheets have requirements for a minimum of 30% 2 bedrooms, and 100% of the as-of-right developments in my district have 30% 2-bedroom apartments, with the vast majority being studio and 1-bedroom apartments. And I will point out every time I've asked this question to this agency, on this committee, the response has been, well, we respond to the market. But I'm telling you that you do not respond to the market. If you can provide to me any data, because your agency has still not provided me any data after any hearing, for what metrics you're using to determine what neighborhoods need 2- and 3-bedroom apartments. Can you provide that data, please?
So, sir, just one point, as just a fair housing point. When we build housing in the Bronx, it's also available to people in Brooklyn and Queens. When we build in Manhattan, it's available to people in Staten Island. So we create housing to meet what the citywide need is for housing. And I agree with you, more 2- and 3-bedrooms are needed. It's the reason why, as part of the mayor's state of the city, we're looking at the ability of expanding the number of 2- and 3-bedrooms in our finance projects.
Okay, but are you adjusting your term sheets to incentivize developers to make more 2- and 3-bedroom apartments?
We are actually launching a pilot to see what the cost and impact and what the delivery impact is of creating more 2- and 3-bedroom apartments in certain projects. But you asked for data.
Yes, please.
And so the Housing Vacancy Survey, a nationally recognized critical data survey that's used to even hold up and support rent regulation in New York City. When we look at New York City residents, mostly live in small house. According to our data, mostly live in small households relative to need, the city's housing supply. So basically, we have smaller households, but the supply skews the other way. For all households, owners and renters, 62% of the households comprise only 1 or 2 people, but 39 of the units are studios or 1-bedrooms. From the renter side, we have 66% of renter households comprise only 1 or 2 people, but 48% of the units are studios or 1-bedrooms. I think there's a little nuance here. There are families that are growing. This is a point-in-time study, but we do see that we have an awfully lot of individuals who are themselves or a family of two that are having a hard time finding affordable, stable housing in New York City. The term sheets are designed to try to meet that need. But we see from a lot of council members that they get requests for larger unit size. It's the reason why we are adjusting and looking at what the cost will be and impact will be. Even where if the data goes here, we want to see what the cost will be there, and we'll be doing that in projects coming forward.
Okay, well, I want to be respectful of everyone's time, and I do have questions to ask on Chair Sanchez's behalf. But there hasn't been a single project as of right development affordable in my district that didn't go through ULURP, where they did adjust based on anything other than the term sheets. It's always 30% two bedrooms, and the rest, the one bedroom to studios, to create the most number of units, which is great on a press release. But it's not great when the building's down the block from a school and you have families who want to move in and give their kids like a great education at the great schools in our city. That we're not building housing for our families with children. And so I think it is a real shame that in the budget there isn't more invested in amending the term sheets to provide for our families with children. I've never seen in my district, again, any of these affordable developments with anything more than 30% two bedrooms, which is the bare minimum on your term sheets. I want to ask, again, on behalf of the chair, just a couple of questions about Mitchell-Lamas. $80 million in the state budget was allocated for Mitchell-Lamas. Can you please describe your plans to disperse this funding to the areas that need it?
So that is money that we will hopefully complement after understanding what the requirements are and what the process will be with the state with the money that we have in our own preservation term sheets. I think, Gardy, can you go through?
Yeah, so for the Mitchell-Lama program is funded under our preservation program, and for our preservation capital, the capital budget that funds that program for FY26, we have close up of $543 million dedicated to preservation programs. And over the course of the 10-year financial plan for preservation, we have close up of $5.9 billion, and Mitchell-Lama is included in that as well.
And so the $80 million would go and help us try to advance more projects than we would have otherwise with our preservation dollars.
And there's and so you're just kind of folding it in. It's already part of an existing program. So there's no barriers to starting to spend down any of this $80 million?
The question still remains, and we still have to discuss with the state, how generally the state money that's been allocated will move forward. As mentioned earlier, the legislation involves discussing with the state budget director and the commissioner of HCR, and so those are conversations we are going to move forward with, but also said earlier, we have a pretty long history and established success with being able to work together.
Okay, good. I think it'll come as no surprise coming from me that so many of our Mitchell-Lamas are falling apart. Some of them city-run, some of them state-run, but that is funding that can be provided to support for them. Of course, I've mentioned on this hearing before, this committee before, Tracy Towers, Cannon Heights, Orloff, Reservoir, all of the Veterans Housing and Woodlawn, all of these have significant capital needs. So of course, on behalf of those residents, I'm extremely interested in making sure this money's unlocked. And in line with that, as part of the City of Yes negotiations, there was supposed to be set up a city-state task force on Mitchell-Lamas. Can you please share with us the status of that city-state task force on Mitchell-Lamas?
So we've actually been talking regularly with staff here at the council. I believe we have a meeting coming up soon to advance it to the next step. So we've been working very closely with the council to move that forward. We've actually talked to the state as well. So we are planning to work together on a number of issues through that work. And if you don't ask the question, I just want to make sure I say May 5th is when the affidavit program went in place, your bill. So thank you for working with us on it, and May 5th is when it started.
Thank you so much for that. That's all. Thank you, chairs. And thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Now we have questions from Hanks, followed by Salam.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. At 180 Park Hill Avenue is part of the larger Park Hill HUD housing complex, and these residents are still dealing with inhumane conditions, including, a gaping hole in the lobby ceiling that continues to pour water into a public space and also into, residents' apartments. Meanwhile, across the entire 8-building complex, there are still over 200 open housing code violations. Despite this, HPD has currently removed 180 Park Hill from the corrective action list. Can you explain the rationale for removing this property from the corrective status, given the ongoing and visible hazards and high volume of unresolved violations? What criteria was used, and how is HPD ensuring real accountability and safe living conditions for these residents?
So, Council Member, first I'm going to invite Deputy Commissioner Santiago to help me answer any questions on the enforcement side. I will say that they have filed for A&P re-inspections, which is the first step, and we can continue to keep you up to date. But they will not, if they have filed for re-inspections and the issues have been corrected, then that's something that that we'll move forward with. If they haven't, those buildings continue to stay in the process. Additionally, my understanding is that there has been, or there's moving toward a change of ownership at the building, which will allow us, we believe, to work with a team where we have preservation dollars to work on making those repairs and do something more than just the ERP work.
I appreciate that for the record, and we wholeheartedly support the change of ownership. That previous owner should be in prison, honestly, for what they have done for decades upon decades of having people living in these conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have questions from Councilmember Salam, followed by Aviles.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. I'm going to try to be quick. Got 3 questions, one on preserving home ownership, black home ownership. The third-party transfer program was flagged for concerns about displacing black homeowners in Central Harlem. While the City Council has asked for capital to expand the program thoughtfully, the executive budget allocated $0 to this. How will HPD reform TPT to ensure it supports intergenerational wealth and housing preservation in communities like Harlem rather than undermining them?
Councilmember, thank you for the question. Again, this TPT legislation and moving forward with a reformed version of it is a priority for HPD. It was, this mayor recognized that the original program, did not meet the kind of constructive, comprehensive approach that's necessary to go after bad buildings while not harming others. And so I'll just invite Deputy Commissioner Darga to talk through our approach moving forward.
Good afternoon. Yes, we've been really happy to work with City Council to reform the program. There are a couple changes that we have been contemplating that I just want to highlight, particularly when it comes to HDFCs that have struggled. We do have support, I just want to say today, through our preservation programs for HDFC cooperatives that are interested in seeking financial assistance from the city. So for folks that are struggling, TPT is not the only option. I just want to say that first and foremost. We have loan programs, we have tax exemptions. They can apply for an Article 11, which we would submit to City Council. In addition to that, a couple of things that came out of the working group that we had a couple years ago. First, giving HDFC co-ops the opportunity to re-petition to become a cooperative again if they are subject to an IMREM action, and have that structured in such a way that there are clear timelines and milestones. But it also gives an opportunity. A lot of the co-ops that we've seen that are struggling have a really low percentage of homeowners left. And so it actually gives their neighbors who are renters today an opportunity to become part of the co-op going forward, which would increase the amount of home ownership that we're able to provide. We also have been really interested in working with City Council to create, as the acting commissioner said earlier, a version of the Homeowner Help Desk for multifamily properties. The Homeowner Help Desk provides support for 1 to 4 family homeowners. We're really interested in creating an owner resource center, which would provide technical support for HDFC cooperatives, among other multifamily properties. And we've been talking with some of your colleagues in City Council about allocating the first 500,000 to that program to kick it off next year. So we are looking forward to developing more guidelines for the program, and we'll be happy to circle back.
And Councilmember, to your question about timing, the Deputy Commissioner had spoke about this earlier, but basically because we are working now through the contours of the program and that this program would not be really in effect till after the next tax lien sale, there's enough time between now and the next fiscal year to do the work we need to get the program established now, and then we would look to the next fiscal year budget to establish the budget, since we need to know what we're doing to make sure we fund it appropriately and correctly.
Thanks, and I'll come back for a second round with my next question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we have a question from Councilmember Aviles.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs. Good to see you, Commissioner. The thing I talk about often is housing for seniors. I'd like to understand, of the 25,000 units that you financed, how much of those units, specifically in new construction, are earmarked for senior housing?
So I need to break down from a new construction specifically, but in fiscal year 24, we had about a little over 2,900 units just dedicated to older adult housing. I will also note, again, due to legislation, our own policy and legislation we worked on with Councilmember Hudson, for projects above 40 units where we have universal design. The goal is that for older New Yorkers, it should not be that only a senior-focused housing is an appropriate place for them to get stable homes. So throughout our construction, the 14,000 units of new construction, that should be something that is accessible for older New Yorkers. It's in fact why we put a lot of time and effort into working with DFTA and working with adult care, adult senior centers, to get education about Housing Connect and get people through the process. The Neighborhood Tech Help Program is an example of where we're trying to meet people where they are. We see that a lot of older New Yorkers are using public library to get information about city resources. So we're using our navigators there to connect them with Housing Connect.
So I absolutely agree that older adults should be integrated and considered, and not just simply, one modality for them, for sure. However, how will you be able to track? I mean, do you have the projected need of the amount of housing we would need for our older adult population, which is growing significantly?
I would have to come back to you and probably, we can look at or Lucy may know from our housing vacancy survey.
Hi, Councilmember. As you know, this is something that we look at a lot and care about. We both look at it from who is applying and who is moving into our housing whenever possible, and we continue to improve the systems by which we understand not just the primary person moving into a household, but all of the household members who move into it. We know actually from the New York City Housing and Vacancy Survey that not surprisingly, probably to anyone here, our population of older adults and their living circumstances is quite diverse. So many actually do live in intergenerational households. We want to be able to accommodate that as well, and we're thinking about how we better incorporate that into some of our programs. And we also look at that, as I mentioned, overall trends through the New York City Housing and Vacancy Survey, which is in particular pretty unique because we can look longitudinally and really see how we're evolving over time. So this is a big focus for us, and we continue to study, understand, and partner with other agencies to best meet the needs of older adults who, as the Commissioner was saying, we're seeing have a really wide range of preferences, and we want to be able to meet that need.
Great. I'd love to hear an update of the pilot that you all discussed, but also just point of comment in terms of, I've said this to you many, many times, the older adult community that comes into our office, who we spend a lot of time filling out Housing Connect, are often immediately eliminated and don't qualify for anything, don't have 15, 20 years to wait on a queue. So I guess I would just I would encourage some serious urgency in this matter. It doesn't feel like it's moving as quickly as it needs to, and I just, yeah. I think I'll leave it at that.
I would just say, since unlike a waiting list approach, this is a lottery. There are people who sometimes find an apartment in a couple of months. Sometimes it does take longer. It's really also a function of supply. And again, agree with the council that we need to be building more housing, but it's housing on the subsidized side, the mixed income side. So to get more successful, faster outcomes for those individuals, we just need to be more. We need to push more supply and more housing and subsidized housing through multiple avenues.
Okay, we're going to go back to Councilmember Salam for his final question.
Thank you, and I'll try to be quick on these two. One is code enforcement and repairs in Harlem, and the other is dealing with legal services and tenant harassment in Harlem. So with code enforcement, the preservation, code enforcement, and emergency repair budgeting seeing mixed funding trends, can HPD break down how much is being specifically allocated for code enforcement in Northern Manhattan, specifically Harlem? How are you prioritizing enforcement and repairs in buildings where landlords neglect conditions that disproportionately harm our constituents? And for legal services, the council called for $2.2 million to expand HPD's litigation team to protect tenants from harassment and illegal evictions. Yet the executive plan does not include this legislation. What is HPD's plan to expand legal services and protections for Harlem's tenants who are facing rising harassment amid gentrification?
So, Councilmember, we don't have those numbers broken down specifically for Harlem. We can give you our overall numbers for code enforcement. Again, our approach is a citywide approach, and it's designed that way so that if Harlem sees an uptick in complaints, the funding goes in that way. But if Corona Queens sees an uptick, we're able to move that way. We don't have geography-based budgets for code enforcement, but we're happy to provide those numbers now. I'll let,
Is it possible I mean, if it's a collection, can there be a zeroing in on that so that we can see exactly how different districts are being?
What we can do, I think, rather than the budget side, we can look at violations, response rates, work that we're doing in any community districts, or however geographically you'd like to define it. That is the work that's being funded, and then you'll see a demonstration of what we're doing to respond to constituent complaints and what the outcomes are. Okay, well, we can follow up with that with you, sir.
And the last
on the
piece about-
litigation side, so there are probably two ways to talk about this. From the housing litigation side, we have talked about the fact that we have held steady in that staffing team. We continue to look to fill vacant roles, but we've increased the number compared to this time last year. The number of violations corrected through litigation, over 52,000. That's an increase. We have less cases initiated by us, but we've increased the number of cases we're involved in through tenant-initiated cases, and we've collected more money in settlements and judgments, $5.7 million. Separate and apart from our litigation work, we have the anti-harassment unit that has had an increase in the number of proactive building visits, initiated litigations with buildings, and collected civil penalties. And on the legal assistance work, we partner with DSS and their Office of Civil Justice, and I think through City of Yes and other ways, they've been restored dollars. So our enforcement team does work with DSS and the Office of Civil Justice, and I'll just also use this as an opportunity to talk about the Partners in Preservation Program, which again was also expanded through the City of Yes, which is government not doing it alone, doing it with people on the ground, where it's us, legal aid, CBOs in about 6 different areas of the city, able to work with tenants, identify issues, help organize tenant associations, really try to build out that capacity that gets us to things like better enforcement or litigation to get changes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Sanchez.
Not what you were hoping for, but I'm still here. You're laughing too much.
No, I'm sorry.
You shouldn't be having this good a time.
I'm trying. It's a lot. I'm drinking a lot of water.
We're going to ask for brevity as we got a long day ahead of us, and you have a talent for filibustering.
It's information. Sorry, it's information.
Yeah, sure. No, these are long and thoughtful and comprehensive answers, but brevity is appreciated.
Yes, sir.
According to the Rent Guidelines Board, since 1994, the first year of which the Rent Guidelines Board has data, a total of at least 185,000 units have been added to the rent stabilization system, while at least 338,000 rent-stabilized units have been deregulated, for an estimated net loss of 153,000 rent-stabilized units over the past 30 years. In 2023, at least another 9,694 housing units left rent stabilization, and approximately 5,524 units entered the stabilization system. Again, a net loss of approximately 4,000 units. All of this is to show that despite the administration's record-breaking affordable housing starts, Chair's words, the net loss of affordable housing is much greater, much greater. And any record-breaking year for preservation will take place in a context of net losses of rent stabilization that dwarf the administration's progress. Beyond mayoral appointments, as as the HPD commissioner, how do you and your team weigh in on the Rent Guidelines Board's deliberations, and how can we better advocate for the needs of tenants through this process?
So I'll just quickly say that the place that this starts with is at the state level that oversees rent regulation. So the Office of Rent Administration is where sort of the regulatory and enforcement work of protecting rent-stabilized apartments begins, but HPD obviously is part of this in a number of different ways. We contribute to creating a broader swath of rent-stabilized apartments in the units that we regulate and subsidize, subject to rent stabilization. We are also working through the anti-harassment unit and our enforcement team and our outreach work to make sure that tenants, before something happens, knows where to go to and who to go to about questions that come up about their status, how to get information about their units and status with the State Department. And then after the fact, as an example, something horrific happens when there is a vacate due to fire, our emergency housing services case managers are giving them information about how to codify with the state their rent stabilized status, which is something that you do when you're temporarily relocated. We're trying to figure out all the different points in the system from the beginning toward the beginning, including points when you're temporarily removed and how to protect your status. And I think the 2019 laws went a long way to provide new tools for tenants and advocates to protect them, and that's been part of our education.
I think we really appreciate your commitment to trying to protect and preserve rent-stabilized housing, and I guess accordingly, the chair wants to understand, do you think measuring housing preservation production by net addition or net loss in a given year is a sensible indicator for us to be tracking? Do you think that measuring preservation simply by the amount added without accounting for the net loss is an accurate demonstration of our progress?
If I may, it is one measure at which we look. I can't speak directly to the RGB's reports. We do coordinate with them on a lot of data. We provide a lot of our data. We have looked over long time periods precisely at this as an indicator of health of our housing stock, and really have, we believe, stemmed a lot of the tide of exiting units from rent stabilization. But overall, that is something that we sounded the alarm about for years and, was a big concern. That being said, there can be a lot of noise or abnormalities in the data, so it's not the only thing that we would look at because units could be leaving RGB's records for a number of reasons, and I'd want to be able to dig in more to it. We would want to look at a number of factors. We look at as we sort of assess the overall health.
Right, but whether RGB's data or HCR's data, I think the chair's point is, shouldn't we be measuring both the units that we're preserving and creating in the rent stabilized system and the units that we're losing and tracking that net total each year as a key benchmark for our progress? And I think you're saying yes to that.
I'm saying yes. I think it's more than a year-over-year thing. I think if you just look at what happened in any one given year, you pick up some sort of what the technical folks on my team seem to call noise, right? But I think over longer periods of time, it's absolutely what we're looking at, and making sure that we're keeping our existing rent stabilized stock, particularly the low cost rent stabilized stock, and that we are adding to it as much as possible. I would just sort of caution that on a one-year basis, any of these.
I don't think the chair's point is in any given year. It's about this is a benchmark for how we're tracking our progress over time.
Then yes, we would agree.
And I think that thinking about how in the mayor's management report and other HPD metrics, we can better center that as a kind of North Star data point would be helpful. Okay, one more important bucket from the chair. HPD's high vacancy rate has declined in the past year from 14.8% in January 23, this is staffing, from 14.8% in January 23 to 13.8% in March 2025, as critical positions like inspectors have been hired. But this is still 3 times the citywide vacancy rate. The last time that HPD's budgeted headcount was lower than 2,500 was fiscal year 2017. That's term 1 of Bill de Blasio. And currently, there are only 2,383 active employees. Earlier, Deputy Commissioner Caphart said the preservation staff has a headcount of 113, 82 on staff, 30 vacancies. Oof. This is a 27% vacancy rate. Are the 30 new heads mentioned in addition to the 30 vacant ones? Is that 60 total? Could you clarify what division? And I'll follow up from there.
Yeah, just to clarify, the numbers quoted is for all preservation and new construction, not just preservation. So for flexibility, we track based on the project managers for the entire office as opposed to the specific unit. But we can get back to you with more details on that. So
sorry, so you're clarifying that the vacancy rate is for the full team under Deputy Commissioner
Dargo?
So
that's for project managers. So all our project managers, assistant project managers, senior project managers working both on preservation and new construction. We are carrying about a 27% vacancy rate. Okay. And that does not include, to your point about the new lines that were added. Those new lines are added for FY fiscal year 26, so they're not captured yet for our current vacancy rate, but we will be hiring for those, and it will be reflected in our fiscal year 26 numbers.
And just so as an example, and Deputy Commissioner Dargo, correct me, we posted for 32 lines just this week. So we're in a place where we're actively hiring. Once we're given the green light, we're moving forward. And I had mentioned earlier that we are also supplementing that work. So as we hire people, we're trying not to lose step on projects and move it forward.
Yeah. The chair was a key driver in the City of Yes process, pushing for additional HPD headcount. That was a major priority of hers. It's not usually the sexiest topic of kind of headcount at city agencies when we're talking about investments that we need to make in our communities, but it's because she and we all understand that if HPD doesn't have the headcount, we're not going to get the affordable housing projects and the preservation projects that we all need to see in our communities. Yeah. So we continue to be very concerned about...
And those postings, council member, those postings that the commissioner mentioned, those are primarily our City of Yes positions that we're ramping up hiring for. So we have a bunch of them posted now, and we're actively recruiting. We have made some offers of candidates that there are a few that are already at OMB, so we are definitely moving on those.
And Commissioner, can you just highlight, are there any divisions that you would say are most urgently in need of additional headcount?
I think right now what we are trying to do is continue to recruit for the position, the vacant position we have. So we're continuing to recruit talented members of our asset management team, talented members for our neighborhood planning team, our development team, enforcement, across the board. If you go to Jobs NYC, you'll see that we're trying to push the envelope on all of that front. I had mentioned before that we have spent the last couple of years building as of right new construction tools. A lot of that work, the UAP work of getting the paperwork online, 467M conversion. So we want the as of right tools to move, but specifically on preservation, we really do plan on making a big push and a priority this year. So we continue to think about ways that we put more money and work into that, both staffing up and making sure that our programs are working well there.
I think that one of the benefits of me channeling the chair today is that you didn't get to hear any of the questions that I had planned. Yeah. So I will call you separately to bother you about all of those.
Very fortunate. This is great.
Thank you to both of the chairs.
I just want to thank Councilmember Ressler for being my voice. Thank you, Chair Brennan, for bearing with me.
Okay, Commissioner, your team, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We look forward to working with you to deliver a good budget.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, we will take a little break, and then we're going to start and hear from NYCHA. Thank you.
Yeah.
Please find your seat. Shh, keep it on. We're about to resume. Everyone, please find your seat. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back to today's executive budget hearing. I'm Councilmember Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance. I'm joined by my colleague and friend, Councilmember Chris Banks, who chairs the Committee on Public Housing. And we're here today to talk with and about NYCHA. We've been joined by Councilmembers Brewer, Moya, Hanks, and Lewis so far. Before we get started, I want to thank the rock stars on our Finance Division staff again, Jack Story, Dan Krupp, Brian Sarfo, John Yedden, and all the analysts and support team that works hard behind the scenes to make these several weeks of hearings possible. Of course, welcome to NYCHA CEO Lisa Bova-Hyatt and your team. We appreciate you being here. NYCHA's proposed supplemental funding in this executive plan is $378 million. It's a slight bump from the preliminary plan, but let's not pretend it's enough to fix what's broken. This money is supposed to cover some union contracts and rehab some vacant units and fill some federal gaps, but we still have questions about the massive backlog of repairs and mold and the heat outages and the elevators that are always going out of service. Our public housing stock is one of the most important tools we have in this housing crisis, but year after year, I worry that collectively we fail to treat it this way. In our preliminary response, the council called for $2 billion more in capital over 4 years to stabilize and improve NYCHA. We also called for faster unit turnover, real maintenance, and making sure staff can actually meet the scale of the problem. This afternoon, we'll be asking some tough questions about capital needs, staffing attrition, rent arrears, and disaster recovery, because we believe that every NYCHA apartment left vacant, every leak that goes unrepaired, and is another missed opportunity to give New Yorkers a decent place to live. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Councilmember Banks, for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair Branning, and thank you to Lisa and to your staff for coming today. NYCHA has operated the largest public housing program in the nation for over 75 years, providing affordable housing to over 530,000 low to middle income New York City residents through both Section 8 and Section 9 public housing and Section 8 voucher program. While NYCHA continues to be a precious and critical resource in an increasingly unaffordable city, longstanding disinvestment and federal underfunding of public housing, coupled with organizational mismanagement, has resulted in the deterioration of public housing. For years, tenants have reported health and safety issues in their homes, ranging from lack of heat, unresolved mold issues, pest infestations, lead-based paint hazards, elevator outages, and leaky roofs, just to name some of the long-standing issues. NYCHA's total capital needs exceeds $80 billion. And it is in the midst of this context that the city and NYCHA are facing threats to public housing from the federal government that could upend the housing stability for millions of New Yorkers who either live in public housing or rely on housing vouchers for housing. Today, I look forward to hearing from NYCHA about how the city's executive budget addresses or does not address these challenges and how we can all work together to protect the housing stability for millions of New Yorkers. I will now turn it over back to Chair Brennan and the committee council to go over some of the procedural items and swear in the representatives from NYCHA.
Thank you, Chair Banks. Just again, as a reminder for this year's executive budget joint hearings, we're going to take public testimony on an agency's executive budget that day, meaning today, after the agency witnesses have finished. instead of holding one day for all public testimony. So if you wish to speak on the NYCHA executive budget today, please make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms. Public testimony will begin as soon as we've completed with NYCHA. So I'm now going to turn it over to the committee counsel to swear in the witnesses for their testimony, and we can get started.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Chief Executive Officer Bova Hyatt, Officer Trimble, Officer Lescott Martinez,
I do.
and Vice President Honan. VP, sorry. Oh. Mavani.
Yes.
Thank you.
I do.
Thank you. Begin. Thank you.
Chairs Chris Banks and Justin Brannan, members of the Committee on Public Housing and Finance, other distinguished members of the City Council, NYCHA residents, community advocates, and members of the public, good afternoon. I'm Lisa Bova Hyatt, NYCHA's Chief Executive Officer. I am pleased to be joined by Chief Operating Officer Eva Trimble, Executive Vice President of Finance and Chief Financial Officer Anika Lescott Martinez, Chief Asset and Capital Management Officer Sean Mavani, and other members of NYCHA's team. NYCHA's adopted budget was approved by its Board of Directors in December. Thank you for this opportunity to provide updates on NYCHA's fiscal outlook for calendar and NYCHA fiscal year 2025, as well as our efforts to transform our organization and improve residents' quality of life. As always, we remain entirely committed to improving the quality of life for NYCHA residents by making the best use of the limited funding that's available, while also pursuing innovative housing preservation programs that are radically transforming residents' homes. We're making considerable progress in how we serve residents despite the significant challenges of managing a portfolio of rapidly aging buildings suffering from nearly $80 billion of capital need. However, the recently released President's top-line budget presents serious obstacles to these efforts. Under the proposal, HUD would see a nearly $33 billion cut, with $26.7 billion coming from a combination of the public housing and housing voucher programs. These cuts would come with new regulations, such as a 2-year time limit on rental assistance for able-bodied adults and a shift from formula-based funding to block granting states, with the expectation that local governments would share the cost in funding rental assistance. NYCHA is monitoring this evolving situation closely, and our financial planning and budget will adapt to the specific figures for each program once they are released. Beyond our close attention to the unfolding developments in DC, not much has changed since we last discussed our budget with the Council in March. The figures in our adopted budget that we shared remain the same. However, the state budget recently appropriated $225 million to NYCHA. We will engage with state stakeholders to program these funds in the coming months. And we were allocated $378 million in expense funds and $2.1 billion in capital funds, including funding for our PACT and trust programs from the city for city fiscal year 2026 through the executive plan. We are incredibly grateful for this support, which will help stabilize the authority's finances and enable us to deliver vital repairs for residents. While we're bringing top-to-bottom building and apartment renovations to residents through groundbreaking initiatives like PACT, the Trust, and comprehensive modernization, NYCHA's finances remain precarious. Rent payments constitute 1/3 of NYCHA's operating budget, revenue essential for maintaining our developments and providing residents with the quality of life they deserve, and residents are still struggling to pay COVID-era rental arrears. We are collecting an average of 85% of the current monthly rent charged across our Section 9 portfolio, which is a positive development. However, past due rent continues to be an obstacle. Rent arrears total $441 million across 64,000 households, nearly half of all NYCHA's Section 9 households. Our top priority is to keep residents housed, and we continue to inform residents about how they can get assistance with rental payments, including payment plans and rent reductions when household income decreases. We are also helping residents benefit from vital rental assistance programs. We applied $161 million in state ERAP funding to residents' rent arrears, and the CRA and home art programs will cover up to $185 million of pandemic-era rent arrears. Of course, it must be stressed that there is no additional funding for these programs on the horizon. NYCHA and New York City have weathered DC's political storms before, and the present tempest won't be an exception. NYCHA is an indispensable part of our city and the largest provider of deeply affordable housing. We appreciate the support of our partners, including members of the council, as we strive to ensure that NYCHA remains a vital resource for New Yorkers for generations to come, no matter the challenges. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the brevity so we can get right into it. I want to talk, obviously, first and foremost about federal funding. NYCHA receives significant funding from federal sources for both its operating and capital budgets. Federal operating subsidy and Section 8 subsidies make up approximately 67% of NYCHA's operating expense budget, and the federal funds constitute 55% of NYCHA's 5-year capital plan. In short, NYCHA depends on federal funding. So how concerned is NYCHA with what we're seeing in Washington and the outlines of the so-called skinny budget?
Thank you so much for that question. I'm going to first turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Anika Lescott-Martinez.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. On May 2nd, President Trump released his skinny budget, which does not have the impact of law, but is certainly the first step in the yearly final appropriations process. Congress will ultimately write their own budget bills, but the proposal acts as a guiding document of the administration's priorities. From what we've seen so far, they are proposing to create a state block grant that would include public housing, Section 8, project-based rental assistance, housing for the elderly, housing for persons with disabilities together into a lump sum with expected cost sharing and regulations across those programs. The concerning portion of this, in addition to the block grant itself, is that it would be a significant cut in funding. So we are projecting so far that it could be between 43 and 45% cut to those programs, and that would be certainly difficult. We continue to pay close attention to what is happening in Washington, and we will continue to, keep you and all of our representatives updated as we learn more.
Can you talk a little more about NYCHA's contingency plans to mitigate the impact of federal funding cuts?
Sure. So as you've mentioned, federal funding is a large portion of our budget. We are currently doing contingency planning across all of our programs. We are keeping a close eye on what is happening in Washington. We can't really speak in hypotheticals as to what we would do, given that we don't have a sense of what will ultimately happen at Congress, but we are certainly planning.
I mean, and given the mass scale of federal funding for NYCHA, I think a response will likely be needed on both city and state levels. How have those conversations been going?
They've actually been going really well. We are a public housing authority that is very much supported by both the city and the state. We are fortunate in that regard because the majority of other public housing authorities do not receive assistance from their cities, their counties, their states. So those conversations will continue, and we will see what happens when the president's full budget, and then, of course, when Congress' budget is issued.
Okay, I want to talk about RAD-PACT and the trust. A core component of NYCHA's transformation plan is RAD-PACT. Through RAD-PACT, NYCHA will utilize federally funded project-based Section 8 vouchers to convert 62,000 apartments to private management. RAD-PACT is important because NYCHA can unlock federal funding, we understand, for its housing that has been systematically dismantled. However, now that federal funding may be at risk. So how do you think the changes with the federal administration will impact federal funding for RAD-PACT, and what kind of indicators are you seeing specifically around that?
The enacted levels for fiscal year '24 were $337 million. The proposed levels from the House and Senate are $300 million, so there's not that much of a change. And right now it's a little challenging to determine what's going to happen because in the president's skinny budget, they lumped everything together. So we're not sure exactly what part of the budget or the budget cuts would affect Section 9 or Section 8, but we will continue to monitor it closely. Frankly, it could affect everything, both our Section 9, traditional TPVs, and our regular vouchers for Section 8.
What about the trust?
They also rely on TPVs.
How realistic do you think an expansion of RAD-PACT program is under this Congress?
That's very hard to say. It seems like this administration is not interested in traditional public housing. It also, based on the budget, seems like they're not interested in any type of affordable housing. So at this moment, it's really a crisis, not only in New York, but across the country, to really make sure that affordable, consistent housing is available for our most vulnerable residents.
And have you been speaking with the New York congressional delegation?
We've been speaking with everyone who will listen to us. And I think right now we're in that odd time between getting a more detailed idea of what the president's skinny budget looks like. And once we see the fuller plan, obviously those conversations will increase.
Okay. At the council's hearing the other day regarding the New York City Department for the Aging's their financial plan, I asked the commissioner about DFTA's contracting for older adult centers and NYCHA facilities. As you know, DFTA contracts with OAC providers and NYCHA facilities do not include funding for rent costs, yet they do provide for rent costs for providers in non-NYCHA facilities. When I asked the DFTA commissioner why this was, she stated that as part of an agreement between NYCHA and the city would provide NYCHA with the community services that are part of the funding requirements for public housing, and in return, NYCHA would not charge rent for these properties. Are you aware of that agreement?
I do not know anything about that agreement.
Okay. So would you be open to working with the council to provide nominal leases to these organizations so they can access city capital funds?
We are always happy to work with the council. And I think leases, as a general proposition, are a really good thing.
Okay, so something local for me, then I'm going to turn it over to the chair. I represent Coney Island. We have a good amount of public housing out there. Can you give us an idea of how many of the Hurricane Sandy projects are still ongoing?
Sure. Thank you for that question. I'm going to turn it over to Sean Mavani.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. Of the original 35 sites where we had Sandy projects, 30 of them are complete. There are 5 projects that continue. 4 of the 5 projects are completing this quarter or next quarter.
Where are those 5 projects?
The 5 projects that we have with ongoing work, they're all at mainly 90% or above, except one. They're at Hamel Houses, at Baruch Houses. There is a set of Coney Island sites, so Dwyer, Surfside, and Coney Island Site 8, which are managed as one project. That's at 97% construction now. Red Hook East and West in Brooklyn, and at Cary Gardens. And Cary Gardens is a site where we have some ongoing challenges with the vendor. We're developing a plan to bring on another vendor to complete some of the work, and that will likely extend into 2026.
Okay, so I know we met on site at Cary Gardens last summer, and that was the story then. So we haven't moved anywhere forward since then?
We've had progress with the existing vendor. We have had, we've been, based on what you saw there and our ongoing efforts, they have pushed through a good portion of the work. We've determined that there's certain types of scopes that they have not initiated that would make more sense and be more expedient and more cost-effective for us to bring on a new vendor. So we're trying to wind down the work with the current vendor, get that completed, and then get another vendor on to complete the remaining.
So, and what's the overall ETA to button up all of these Hurricane Sandy projects?
So as I mentioned, 4 of the 5 projects will be completed by Q3 of this year. The only remaining one will be Cary Gardens. We're still working through the exact timeline, but we would hope to have that buttoned up by the middle of next year.
Okay, Hurricane Sandy was a very long time ago. So it's unfortunate that the one that's stuck is in Coney Island. Okay, thank you. Chair Banks.
Thank you. To talk about the executive budget changes, the executive plan includes very minimal changes in the city contributions to NYCHA's fiscal 2026 budget. What have your conversations been with OMB and the administration about city funding for fiscal year 2026?
Thank you for that question. I'm going to turn it over to our CFO.
Thank you for the question, Chair Banks. We have the resources that we need to carry out our mission, and we're focused on implementing the funding necessary for our agency. We are in constant communication with OMB and City Hall about our needs. In this plan, across the city FY26 executive plan, we have $1.6 billion in capital, $617 million in expense, and additionally, the city's been generous enough to forgive $105 million of payments for a grand total of $2.3 billion. As Lisa mentioned in her opening remarks, that is virtually unheard of across the country.
Right.
There's no other public housing authority that receives the funding that we do from the city. So to your question, we remain in constant communication.
Okay. What new needs are you requesting from the city to be included in the adopted plan?
So we are working through various specific proposals. Most frequently, we're working on the City of Yes plan to work on allocating that funding. So that's our top priority.
And that's the $1 billion, so
It's part of it, yes.
part of it, right? And a portion of that $1 billion, I believe the majority of it is dedicated to RAD PACs, am I correct?
So there is $754 million in PAC funding in the HPD budget,
Right.
and that does support our PACs conversions.
Moving on to the federal capital and operating funding, the Comptroller's Office has projected that if the proposed federal budget were passed, that HPD and NYCHA would stand to lose close to $2 billion. How are you modifying or shifting around your current budget to insulate critical needs for any potential cuts?
That's a great question. So as Lisa mentioned, we really are in a holding pattern. The president's budget is not an enacted legislation, and in 2025, our funding is actually quite stable. So yesterday, we received word of our federal capital grant, for example. It is $731 million. It is a slight $700,000 increase from what we received last year. So for 2025, we're doing quite well, and we feel confident that we can hit our budget targets. 2026 is certainly looming on the horizon, and as we mentioned, we will pay close attention to what's happening in Washington We will advocate for our residents and with our residents to get the funding we need. And of course, we will hope that you all will support us in that.
Thank you. According to an analysis from the New York Housing Conference, across New York State, 243,000 households utilize Section 8 vouchers, and 100,000 households live in Section 8 project-based housing, and 164,000 households reside in public housing. For NYCHA specifically, can you describe how Section 8 housing choice and project-based vouchers play a role in your budget for this year and next year?
Sure. So our Section 8 program is included in our operating budget for 2025 calendar year. So we are projecting $2.3 billion in support in the form of housing assistance payments, as well as the administrative fee that we earn as a public housing authority for administering that program. We currently serve upwards of 100,000 voucher holders.
Okay.
And on a monthly basis, we push out $156 million worth of housing assistance payments on behalf of those residents. So it is certainly a large part of the work that we do. We are well funded and well staffed at this current moment. And as we mentioned, we'll continue to keep watch of what's happening in Washington.
Thank you. When it comes to Section 3 job opportunities, given the economic impact of government-funded housing and infrastructure projects, how will the agency prioritize Section 3 to ensure local residents, especially low-income New Yorkers, gain access to jobs and career pathways? And how does the budget prioritize that as well?
I'm going to turn it over to Sean Mavani, who can answer that question.
Great, thank you. So across the agency, we have a number of different efforts we make to prioritize Section 3 hiring, which includes, as you highlighted, Councilmember Banks, both low-income residents from New York, as well as specifically NYCHA residents and Section 8 voucher holders. So a couple of those ways that we prioritize that, and then we can come to potential, if there's any budgetary impacts. First, in our staff hiring, so a significant portion of our hiring each year into NYCHA as staff, both at our properties and central office, are Section 3 workers, including targeted Section 3R residents. Secondly, for our vendor contracts, we have very clear requirements. All of our vendors have to develop a Section 3 plan during the procurement phase, and as they're contracted, they have to adhere and perform against that Section 3 plan. That includes meeting the federal benchmarks around 10% of labor hours being completed by residents, 25% by either residents or other low-income workers. And then we manage the contracts through their life cycle to work with vendors to help source resident candidates or low-income worker candidates so that they can meet those benchmarks as best as possible. In addition to that, we run a number of our own workforce development programs. So we have something called the NYCHA Resident Training Academy that trains residents for a range of different types of roles or entry opportunities. This can include construction work of the type that I oversee, but it also includes a range of other areas, including NYCHA staff opportunities or other types of vendor contract opportunities that may come up. And we run those programs and then support residents around placement into unions and trade opportunities or into non-trade opportunities. And so the efforts we make at, obviously hiring and focusing on Section 3 priorities as well as vendor contracting are not, in my mind, directly impacted by budgetary issues in the sense of we would continue to make those efforts with the contracts we put out, with the positions we hire for, and our workforce development programs may or may not be impacted. Obviously, if we are, as an agency, funded less and expending less, then we have less direct opportunities to link residents or other low-income workers too.
Okay. And as far as engagement with the TAs, what role do the tenant associations play with living out the Section 3 and then also 2? Separate question, but I'm going to give this to you as well. As far as the RAD-PAC converted developments, when it comes to Section 3, how do you provide oversight over that and have them comply to hiring local residents?
Sure, I can talk to both points. So On the Section 9 side and the other type of vendor contracts we have, for example, the capital projects that I oversee, throughout that typical capital project, Section 3 may be a discussion topic. We engage with residents from the point of planning and scoping throughout the architecture, engineering, design phase, throughout procurement, and then when we get to construction. Now, those opportunities are typically coming in the construction phase. So at the beginning of the construction phase, before anything physical starts, so several months before, we bring the vendor on site. We have what we call a pre-construction kickoff. Resident leader is there. Other resident board members can be there. One of the main topics of discussion is what are the specific job opportunities on this contract? How will we match and field candidates who are from that property or from other properties who may be qualified to take up those job opportunities so that the vendor can plan on filling those roles through Section 3 hiring, right?
You have percentages showing how many residents have been hired from those particular developments that have been converted, or per development that has been converted?
Sure, so let me come to the RAD PAC in a moment. What I was speaking about was on the Section 9 side, and we do track and manage the data around that so we know per contract and per project what kind of Section 3 performance we're seeing from a vendor. On the RAD PAC side, Section 3 is required for the renovation work, so the major construction that happens after conversion. Our real estate development team does collect and monitor that data. In fact, that's published on our website every quarter. And so the actual performance of each project and how they're doing against their Section 3 targets is available there. In a similar way, as I mentioned, they're working closely with the resident leadership of each site around how to field candidates in particular from the properties that are converting as that project, and to ensure that they have job opportunities available, whether those are trade opportunities or non-trade type of roles involved in the renovation project.
And does the Section 3 also include local vendors as well? Hiring of local vendors?
Yes, so Section 3 covers any type of vendor contracting that's happening, yeah.
Let me move on to the state budget for NYCHA. In the state budget, it appears that the state's $1 billion contribution to the City of Yes City of Yes for All and City for All includes $200 million for capital projects and other improvements as NYCHA developments. How do you anticipate this funding impacting your capital budget in the coming fiscal year?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. We are really thankful for the support of our state representatives and for City Council for the advocacy. We were awarded $225 million in the recently announced state budget plan. As you mentioned, $200 million of that is for capital projects and other improvements. We'll work with our state partners to identify the projects and execute a GDA agreement to begin that work. And there's also $25 million in capital for our vacant unit turnover program.
Yeah, $225 million is not a lot of money.
But
we're glad that the state has stepped up. And I'm also glad to hear that it's the funding is to preserve Section 9 housing. Do you have any plans to allocate this additional any additional capital funding? And what's the process for determining those allocations?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Do you have any plans to allocate this additional funding, this additional capital funding, the $225 million? And what's the process for determining those allocations?
So that's a great question. It's very new. It was only awarded on May 9th, and so we've only begun very preliminary conversations internally, but we will have a list of projects shortly, and we're happy to share those with you.
Well, I know the list of needs are long, so yeah, okay. What role will the state play in determining how you use these funds? And we know that the state budget also includes $50 million for mold, lead, and asbestos abatement in New York City. Would NYCHA be able to access any of this funding, or do you feel that NYCHA has sufficient capital funding in these areas for other funding sources?
So the funding that you mentioned is statewide. We do anticipate that NYCHA will be able to access some of that funding. We can't speak to the exact amount, and I'll turn it over to my colleague Sean Mavani, who can speak to the GDA process that we go through with the state to identify projects.
Yeah, so just to be clear, I think your question relates to the additional $200 million that came out in the state budget, separate from City of Yes. So the way that process works, as we've had these allocations annually for a few years now, we would prioritize internally the best use of those funds from our perspective, and then we'll engage with electeds on the state side who have allocated that funding to understand how that aligns with their views on our priorities. And then we develop a list of projects. So typically, earlier allocations after the HUD agreement, we focused on heating and elevators as part of the agreement. More recently, we focused the GDAs, again, on heating, but also some of the brickwork and facade work we need to do at our properties that's typically not city capital eligible. And similarly, we'll identify what we think are the 1 or 2 major priority areas, work with the electeds to align on that and what that plan looks like, how residents would benefit. And then once that's kind of agreed, that goes to the State Department of Budget. It's formalized with them. They then transfer a package over to DASNY, the dormitory authority that administers the grant. And then we work with DASNY to execute an actual grant disbursement agreement, or a GDA. That process usually takes about 2 years. In the last few years, we've tried hard to expedite that with state partners. For example, last year we were able to 2 years ago we were able to get it done in 9 months and have over $485 million available. The allocation last April we're still working through to try to get that executed, but we similarly try to get the money available to NYCHA within 9 to 12 months so that we can move forward with the projects.
When it comes to vacant units, the Executive Capital Commitment Plan increases funding for vacant unit readiness by $39 million to bring the total city capital contribution. The state budget also includes $25 million for rehabilitating and returning vacant units to occupancy. This appropriation will be pursuant to a plan approved by the State Director of Budget. Can you give us a preview of what this plan will entail, and have these conversations already started? And are you concerned that the state approval will hamper the spread at which you can use these funds, these new funds for?
Thank you, Council Member. We, again, are very grateful for the funding and support of our vacant unit readiness program from both the state and the city. As you mentioned, we have $150 million over the next 2 years from the city across the expense and capital budgets. We currently use that city capital for the asbestos, lead abatement, supplies and related work. And on the expense side, we use it for staffing and additional supplies and vendor contracts. And it varies, project to project. We, as Sean mentioned, when it comes to state funding, we work closely with all of our state partners to get the funding executed. It is certainly new for the state to provide funding like this, so it'll be the first time that we are receiving funding for vacant units from the state. But I think given, our great track record with the city, we will probably have a similar plan, and we can speak to specifics once we get into it.
Can you talk a little bit about how you think these additional funds will impact the number of vacant apartments, and will this funding reduce the total number allowed to you to turn over to apartments quicker than what's currently being done?
Thank you for that question. I'm going to turn it over to Eva Trimble, our Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you, Council Member. As we've stated, we still have some work to do with our state partners to finalize an agreement for how those funds will be used. But yes, we are very grateful and excited to have additional resources to supplement our vacant unit work. We are expecting that this will help us turn over additional units, but I can't say exactly how many just yet, as we need to work with the state to determine how those funds are being applied to our existing program. However, as I've stated before, it's very hard for us to make a deep indent into the total number of vacant units available, as about 60% of our vacant units go to transfers. So for every time we move someone, another apartment becomes vacant. Our current number of vacant units available is about 5,900, and we've been pretty steady around that number now for a little while, despite the fact that we've turned over 52% more apartments in the past year and have increased our production significantly, and we're going to continue to use all the resources we can to continue to improve that number.
Thank you for that information. Capital projects and the monitor agreement. The monitor agreement binds NYCHA to strict performance metrics that concerns lead, paint, mold, pests, waste, elevators, heat, and inspections. Is there a single place where the public can view progress against these metrics?
Thank you, Council Member. We've been working closely with our partners, both the Monitor and federal partners, HUD and Southern District, on all of the areas of the agreement that you just mentioned. The Monitor does publish a quarterly report that where they publish their opinion of our progress on all of these areas and includes much of the metrics around that. But I'm happy to report that in almost all of the 6 pillars, we have shown tremendous improvement in all of those areas. We continue to see reduction in outages for elevators and reduction in outage response time. And in addition, for heat, we've done the same. We are surpassing our goal of the agreement. For example, for heat, which requires restoration within 12 hours, we're averaging around 7 for this heat season. And so we continue to have performance and productivity improvements in all of those areas.
Okay. NYCHA has shared that it's relying on external vendors as well as in-house capacity to meet the key pillar compliance areas such as mold, heating, and elevators. What's the split between the contracted and in-house spending on the pillar area?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So across all of the pillar areas in our budget, we have around $35 million for vendor work. And in terms of staffing, it is certainly more than that. In terms of staffing across the pillar areas, I can get back to you with that amount, sorry.
Yeah, if you can get back, we appreciate that. What resources would be needed to allow discretionary capital projects to flow more quickly? And have you requested these resources from OMB?
Sure, I can take that. Currently, we are able to effectively staff and deliver all of our discretionary capital projects on top of the non-discretionary. Obviously, a couple of years ago, we had, at the council hearing, made a decision or communicated a decision to pause a small number of projects, so 55 projects out of our portfolio of about 650, due to inability to effectively staff and deliver those at the same time as our compliance commitments. We now have restarted all of those 55 projects that were, either combined them with other projects or started them on their own. We do not currently have any projects that are paused in that way, and therefore I think we're sufficiently staffed and resourced to be able to take on discretionary projects and deliver them effectively.
When it comes to Local Law 18, Local Law 18 large project cost increase report, Local Law 18 of 2012 requires reports on cost increase on large city projects, and the most recent report shows that the cost of relocating tenants in order to do a letter remediation increased from $20 million to $43.4 million. A jump of 117%. Can you explain this significant increase? And has the cost of the relocation increased, or is NYCHA remediating more apartments so that there can be more relocations?
Thank you, Council Member. I'm not familiar with exactly that report or that data, but I can share that we are doing a significant number of relocations, which is something we're very proud of. We've done over 12,000 lead abatements, which is frankly something that worked really hard to scale up over the last few years. So the number of lead abatements has grown, and that is something that requires a full relocation of the household from the apartment in order to do that safely. And we know that that's tough on residents to have to fully move out of the apartment. All their belongings are fully moved out as well. They are moved into a hotel, so the relocation costs include both moving, hotel expenses, as well as gift cards that we give out in order to help with defraying the cost of meals and other amenities. The costs for relocation and for the lead abatement program are covered as a combination of both federal and city capital costs. And we can get back to you on the cost of relocation. Some of the the work in the apartment after the lead work is completed, the lead abatement work is completed, we do have to have our skilled trades come in and do things like reinstall cabinets, fix tub enclosures, similar to our vacant unit work. And so some of that work relies on our trade availability, which, as you know, is sometimes tight. So we admittedly have relocations. We try to make it within 2 weeks. They have lingered past 2 weeks, and that's something that we're working hard to bring back to the 2-week timeframe.
Thank you. When it comes to RADPAC, does NYCHA have any initiatives to maintain the cohesion of the authority, even as it splits into two or three different funding models across many different private property management agencies?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah. Does NYCHA have any initiatives to maintain the cohesion of the authority, even as it splits into 2 or 3 different funding models across many different private property management agencies?
So NYCHA maintains both ownership of the properties as well as significant oversight over the PACT partners. So I think our oversight, whether it's the trust or PACT or NYCHA, we will always maintain oversight over those different programs, comprehensive modernization as well.
Does NYCHA have any initiatives? Well, let me switch this again. How will you make sure that the different funding models that NYCHA manage, RAD/RADPAC, and the trusts are not competing against each other for resources?
So because they both have a common goal, there's no competition between the trust and PACT. The goal is to move our residents into apartments that are clear from environmental contaminants, that are updated, that are modern. So we've never seen the trust and PACT as competing, but only helping NYCHA and its residents move to more sustainable, more modern public housing, affordable housing.
Well, how many are anticipated to be part of PAC by the end of 2025 and 2026?
Well, we have currently moved 25,000 apartments through the PACT program. Our goal that we've stated for several years has been 64,000 apartments by 2028. And that is the goal that we're working towards.
Okay. And when it comes to capital projects now, given that NYCHA's capital need is over $78 billion, how is it its 5-year capital plan is only $7.8 billion? How are projects prioritized by the authority?
That's a great question. I'm going to turn it over to Sean Mavani.
Sure. So the vast majority of our capital projects relate again to the HUD pillar compliance areas that you cited earlier. So the largest portions of our budgets are going to heating investments, elevator investments, waste management investments, comprehensive modernization that is also focused on lead-based paint, leaks and mold, and those type of areas. We obviously have other programs like our city-funded roofing program, a lot of safety and security work, and then we have, other infrastructural work like, for example, plumbing risers, and then we have the discretionary projects from city council funding and state funding. Within the compliance areas, as we allocate funding, we look at a number of different data sources around the conditions of each site, the physical conditions, but also how much repairs we're doing, how many work tickets residents are putting in, the type of repairs, et cetera, to understand where we're making a large operating cost investment that would be better served by a capital renovation. And so for any given area, we will prioritize, for example, within heating, we'll look at heating systems performance along with our operational colleagues who manage the heating systems, look at the physical assets, work order tickets, staff feedback. We also collect resident leaders' priorities at each site and try to consider that in the prioritization process. And then we'll come up with a kind of priority queue. And then as much as the funding we have allows us to go down to a certain number on that priority queue, we will fund those projects. That's typically the process.
Do you have an estimate of how much of that is going to be covered by PAC?
Yeah, when we released the 2023 P&A, we released along with that a forecast of how those $78 billion, as you cited, would be addressed through the 62,000 units that Lisa mentioned is our public goal for PACT. And at the time, we modeled out that between future PAC conversions up to that 62,000 number, plus the trust conversions up to the 25,000 unit cap in the trust legislation, that would address about half of the need. So that would take us from 78 billion to closer to 40 billion. Okay. And that is what we're progressing towards.
What types of emergency maintenance requests were rejected?
Are we still talking about capital projects or,
Yes.
or more broadly?
No, capital projects.
Okay. So I can start, and if we want to talk about actual emergency maintenance or repair request, I can pass it to Eva. The way we address, when emergencies happen, there's, as you would imagine, a variety of emergencies from fires in apartments that then affect the broader building through finding a structural issue somewhere that needs to be addressed in the course of excavation or working in a foundation, to brickwork or things like that. So for any type of emergency, we quickly assess and triage whether it requires capital projects type of skills. So specifically, does it require architectural skills, engineering skills, filings with DOB? If it meets one of these criteria, we have a capital emergencies team who will get involved, who will then immediately stabilize the situation if that requires some initial construction work or shoring or something else. And then we'll work with architects and engineers we have on call or from our own team to develop out a permanent repair solution or renovation. We'll then work as an executive group to fund that renovation. Right. We meet every month to look at emergency funding needs, and then we will implement that repair. Now, if we have urgent situations that don't rise to an emergency but require a repair in the next year or the next 2 years, we will log that and we will make sure we're monitoring and coming back to that to plan that in as a capital project that would be required in the future. And so those are the emergency situations that would graduate to requiring capital type of skills or a larger funding amount that would be more like a capital investment. There are obviously a lot of day-to-day emergencies that can be quite tricky and challenging that don't meet those criteria, and those are dealt with through our property management, our skilled trades, and other functions that Eva oversees.
All right. And this is my last question, and I'll come back and turn it over to the chair and let my colleagues speak. What is the status of the $1.1 billion in comprehensive modernization projects budgeted over the 5-year capital plan, and what are the upcoming milestones?
Great, thank you for that question. So the $1.1 billion is split across 4 projects. The largest project is at St. Nicholas Houses. That is about half of the funding. That project is now in the construction phase, so it's a design-build project. The relocations of tenants from the first 2 buildings has started, which is the first phase of a multi-building project, and the initial construction activity is starting later this month around demolition and abatement and activities like that. The second project, Toad Hill, in Staten Island, is a little bit smaller, about $200 million. That project has already fully relocated 2 buildings successfully and very quickly with a lot of resident engagement and support. Construction is heavily ongoing at those 2 buildings, and already we're planning for the next 2 buildings. Once that construction completes, the next set of residents will temporarily relocate, and the residents from the first 2 buildings will be able to move back into brand new apartments and a fully renovated building. The other 2 projects are funded through the Gowanus rezoning, so work at Gowanus and Wyckoff. We recently NTP'd, which basically means we executed the contract with the design build firm and moved to design build activities. We are currently working through the kind of typical design process with a 30 or 60% design. They're already starting to engage. They have been engaging with residents for a while. NYCHA engaged for 2 years, but now that the vendor is on board, they're engaging closely, talking about relocation type of practices and processes, resident concerns, et cetera. So we expect those projects to move forward very, very effectively, just like the first 2, based on what we've learned through the program. But given the success we've had so far in terms of resident engagement, the procurement process, and bringing on a very strong vendor.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we've been joined by council members Botcher, Sanchez, and Salam, and now we'll have questions from Brewer, followed by Botcher.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank Brian Honan for everything. I just want to be clear. NYCHA has been replacing steam radiators with electric heat pumps. My understanding is the results are very good, fewer heat complaints and energy savings. How many did you install in 2.5 so far? And is there additional money in 2.6 to install more? The reason I ask is that my understanding is it cuts energy costs by half. Can you update me on that?
Sure, I can provide you an update on our what's called our Clean Heat for All program. As you know, Councilmember Brewer, that was an industry challenge where we partnered with 2 different industry partners who developed these products to our specifications. We installed about 125 of them for a demonstration pilot. We wanted the manufacturers to prove that the products work. As you highlighted, resident feedback is very positive. Energy efficiency is good from the pilot. We did have them make some modifications to the products, which one of the vendors has completed, and we have a new product we've signed off. We are now working on a larger building scale-up at Woodside Houses with that product. The second vendor had some issues with the product. We wanted to see it operate further, in particular in the spring and summertime in the pilot units, and we believe that's successful as well. We will then be scaling up that product to a full building as well. And we have a plan. You know, the way the challenge works is that if the products are successful, as we feel they are now, we've committed to purchase 10,000 of them and scale those up at about 3,000 apartments across the city. And so we have a number of developments that we've agreed to roll them out at. And as we move the scale-up process forward in 2025, 26, 27, 28, we will be kind of implementing them at those developments.
And you are saving money, from what I understand.
So yes, there are different funding sources for those projects. We are still pursuing funding from FEMA for the Ida storm that happened a few years ago. That funding, because largely heating systems were damaged, amongst other things, would help us support installation of the heat pumps, both from a recovery perspective, but also from a climate change mitigation perspective. So we are working through that process. We think that that's closer to the finish line, and we're hoping to secure that funding in 2025 fully. We have secured funding for several of the sites to move forward, and we're trying to secure the remaining. And then obviously beyond that, the program funding is coming from our state and federal resources.
Okay. On vacant units, you talked earlier, 60% are for transfers. You have 5,900 total. And then obviously you've turned over 52%. My question is, do you know, in terms of these vacancies, how many are for large families, how many are for seniors? It is hard for the public to understand that there are so many still vacant units. I know you're using some for, I understand, for those who are transferring, but it's still hard to understand. So what, do you know the breakdown as to what's left, and how are you going to address funding-wise those that are still needed to be repaired?
Thank you, Council Member. We definitely understand that there's a significant wait list for these units. Unfortunately, the units themselves are not assigned to a household. So we work to complete the turnover work and the construction work in the apartment first before we make any selection of a prospective tenant for the apartment. So there's no way to say who the apartment is assigned to until that assignment actually happens.
Okay, so given all these numbers that I just gave you and that you gave to us, how many vacancies are available that could be repaired in 2-6?
There's right now we have approximately 5,900 vacant units available that represent our pipeline of apartments to turn over.
So those are the ones that you're going to be repairing?
Correct.
Okay. The other question I have is maybe so how you get a cost. I was this morning with all of the Upper West Side NYCHA leaders at a meeting, and they're all complaining about dogs because of the pet policy. You're supposed to be registered, but there's no enforcement. Is that a budget issue? What is the reason for all of that?
Well, I wouldn't say that there's no enforcement. A lot of that enforcement happens behind the scenes, and it's not something that's shared with other residents. Something like the dog policy is enforced through individual lease actions, and it's up to the resident to notify property management of their dog in order to register it. If we find out about the dog, we will reach out to the resident and call them into the office to register it. If they fail to comply, then we have to proceed with lease enforcement, which includes going through termination of tenancy and then eventually an eviction proceeding. And these are things that can take a very long time and are often, fairly unseen by the neighbors. And we understand that it represents a quality of life issue for the neighbors. And so they often think that we're not doing anything about it, but honestly, it takes a long time for us to move through that process.
Okay, and the same thing with squatters in these vacant apartments. I have so many complaints about squatters in vacant apartments. Again, is that like a time issue? Is that staffing issue? Is that a budget issue?
It's really a time and process issue, depending on, right, squatters is a broad term. There's squatters, there's licensees, there's other types of unauthorized occupants. We work closely with the NYPD and their reclamation unit. We've done over 300 reclamations of apartments, which has been a really great cooperative partnership with the NYPD. So it's really important that as soon as we know about a possible squatter in an apartment, we can move as quickly as possible.
133 West 93rd Street. I'll get you the apartment. There's somebody there. And then just finally, the mayor promised a van for PSA 6 so that the individuals who want to go to the meetings can get there. He promised it at a West Side town hall, and they don't have the van, just so you know. So I'll bring it to his attention, but they want their van. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Botcher, followed by Salam.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Great, thanks.
Is the Trump administration proposing cuts to Section 9?
Yes. The budget that they propose creates a block grant for Section 8, Section 9, and various smaller housing programs, and the funding that they applied to that block grant is around a 43 to 45% cut.
Could you explain to the public the concept of a block grant, and why does a block grant amount to a cut?
Sure. So the way that the programs are funded now are through formulas. So HUD takes into account on the Section 8 side how many vouchers we have leased. They make projections as to how many vouchers we may lease up, and they give us funding accordingly. It is also prorated potentially by what is actually available from Congress. On the Section 9 side, there's an operating formula that takes into account our expenses, things like utilities, various program expenses, TPA funds, et cetera, and we're giving an eligibility number. Again, depending on what Congress does, that number is then prorated. So we're essentially funded for every unit of public housing, and similarly for every unit of Section 8, subject to the funding available. In a block grant, that may not matter. So they say, New York State, you have X billions of dollars for all of these programs, you figure it out. And consequently, you consider the regulations, right? There could be different requirements than there are now on tenants, on materials, et cetera. And so it is really concerning if we don't have funding per unit, per family, even though it is underfunded currently, it is still miles better than what they are proposing now.
And the amount of the block grant that the Trump administration is proposing for New York, it would be considerably less than what we currently require.
That is correct, council member. It would be 43 to 45% less. And so in dollar terms, it is a $26.7 billion cut across those programs. And that is significant.
And you may or may not be able to answer this, but what does NYCHA believe the likelihood of these cuts is of getting through Congress?
We have no idea. But I just want to put a fine point on what our CFO said and make sure that people understand there are really two things that are happening here. One is a substantial cut to Section 8 and Section 9 funding across the board. And then this idea of whatever money is left, whatever money they will give, they're going to push that down to the state in a block grant. So it's really two things, and then add additional regulations on top of that.
Last question. I've heard you give updates on several renovation projects that are happening around the city. And I've also heard you talk about how tenants are being required to temporarily relocate from their homes during those renovations. What determines for you whether or not a tenant has to relocate from their homes during a renovation versus staying in place during a renovation? And how many tenants are being asked to relocate temporarily out of their housing development entirely to other developments? And where are those developments where tenants are being asked to temporarily relocate out of their development elsewhere?
It's a great question, and it's complex. So we'll have Sean answer the first portion, and then Eva might want to add additional.
Sure. So there are different types of repairs and renovations that you'd imagine that require tenants out of the apartment for different reasons, right? At the lower end, as Eva explained earlier, for things like lead-based paint abatement or asbestos abatement, there is a basic code requirement, a legal requirement that that space cannot be occupied while that work is undergoing. And so we may relocate for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something like that. Typically, those short-term relocations, will be on the property or at a hotel or at a nearby property based on availability. But for the major renovations that I spoke about, the relocation can extend to 3 months, 4 months, up to 6 months, even up to 9 months. And that's because we're doing so much work in the apartment beyond just the hazardous materials abatement that it wouldn't be viable for residents to continue to live in the apartment during that work and be safe, both from, in terms of environmental health and safety, but simply because there's so much construction work happening around them where we're taking down walls and putting up new walls, completely redoing kitchens and bathrooms and other things like that. So there's a very extensive process for those major renovations to engage with residents for several years before we get to any work, to understand and survey each apartment. What are the challenges that family may face around relocation? What is their unique circumstance? What are their needs? And to make sure those are addressed through the relocation process. And obviously, in particular, if there isn't sufficient vacancies at that property that they need to be temporarily relocated at an adjacent property, then those challenges can be greater. And we work very closely through our capital work, for example, where the renovation is part of that, to solve for whatever concerns and issues they have through that process, and so that the temporary relocation doesn't have a overly adverse impact, or minimize any adverse impact on their family in terms of getting to school or things like that. So I think that answers most parts of your question. I'm not sure if I got the last one.
Are there tenants who are being moved off campus during renovations?
Yeah, that is common, and part of that tension is the tension we have about renting out vacant units as quickly as possible. Being able to maintain tenants on a campus, whether it's a smaller campus or even a large campus, during a large-scale renovation would mean that we'd have to have a significant amount of vacancies to cycle tenants through, right? If we're doing 2 or 3 buildings at a time, all 2 of those buildings, we would need the equivalent number of vacancies on the site for those tenants to temporarily live there and move back. We do not hold that level of vacancy even for these very large renovations. We solve for whatever we can on the campus by using existing vacancies, maybe holding for 1 year or so, that will typically give us 2, 3, 4% of units, but not nearly enough if we're going to need to clear full buildings during renovation. And so that's where we end up using other sites. There are cases both on capital renovation and PACT where we're able to do the work with a very short-term relocation or keep people on the site. It also depends on the scope of work that's being undertaken in that specific project.
Okay, now we have questions from Councilmember Salam.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So lead, mold, and asbestos remediation comprise of over $1.1 billion in capital investments. Can NYCHA publicly release the breakdown on where those remediation projects will take place, including timelines for the removal in Harlem's oldest buildings, such as King Towers or St. Nicholas houses?
Thank you, Council Member. We can certainly follow up with more detailed information about the developments in your district and the amount of lead and asbestos remediation and abatement that we're doing in those apartments.
Thank you. And the council pushed to increase funding for NYCHA's vacant unit readiness initiative to $134 million. How many current vacant apartments in Harlem can be turned around with this investment? And what is the current average time it takes to reoccupy a unit?
Thank you, Council Member. We will again follow up with the specifics on the number of vacants in your district. As far as the time frame, that is much harder to answer. As said, we have about 5,900 vacant available units right now, so we are working through a significant backlog and working to get to all of apartments as quickly as possible, though the overall number, as I said, is hard to bring down because 60% are for transfers, but we can certainly follow up with you on the units in your district and get you some more information on those.
And last thing, regarding heating and energy efficiency in Harlem. With $1.2 billion allocated for heating upgrades and greenhouse gas compliance, what specific Harlem developments are prioritized for boiler replacements, decarbonization, or insulation? Residents in Harlem frequently report lack of heat during the winter. How does this plan directly address their needs?
Thank you, Councilmember. So I think there's a significant number of developments in Harlem and in your district that are part of our boiler replacement or decarbonization of energy efficiency work. We can provide you a full list of those, where they are. Some are completed, some are ongoing. We do provide a biannual letter to all council member offices with the status of all capital projects in their district. I think our next one is set to come out in a month or so, but we can definitely give you something before then, specifically around heating. I think your earlier question also may have been partly referencing the comprehensive modernization at St. Nicholas. We're happy to give you a deep dive on where that project is, the schedule for renovations that are ongoing at the site as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairs.
Thank you. Just have a couple of more. I wanted to talk about rent collection. I know the NYCHA's budget projects over $1 billion in tenant rental revenue in '25 and $920 million in '26. Can you give us an update on the progress you're making with rental arrears, and so far in your fiscal year, how is NYCHA's rental collection rate?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. We have great news to share on the rent collection front. So as of April 30th, 2025, our tenant rent arrears balance is $441 million. When we came last and spoke to you, that number was $104 million higher. So we have been making great strides implementing our various rental arrears programs with our tenants. We have already received $161 million in emergency rental arrears program funds, the majority of which, as Lisa mentioned in her testimony, have been applied. On the COVID rental assistance program through state OTDA, we've received $34.5 million and already credited $32.6 million to tenant accounts. And lastly, which is a new development in the month of April, our home art program has finally gotten off the ground. We've been working closely with our city partners to implement that federal funding, and we have applied $84.1 million to tenant accounts. So just this month, even 29,271 households are seeing the impact of those programs.
Thank you. Chair Banks.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. This is from my colleague, Councilmember Brooks. Far Rockaway Trauma Center. I think this is something that was brought up at the last hearing. So this is a follow-up question to that. Since the preliminary budget hearing, the mayor has established is set to convene a working group on the Far Rockaway Trauma Center in the coming weeks. This working group will be focused on the transfer of the NYCHA-owned property to DCAS for the trauma center. Does NYCHA now commit to working with the mayor administration to advance this land transfer?
Thank you for that question. And as I said in March, we have been committed to working with the councilwoman on this project. But in order to facilitate the Section 18 process, we need a plan that includes both funding and a provider. And once we have that information, we will start that process.
So but that's the same thing you said at the last.
But we still don't have a plan or funding.
Well, the working group.
If the working group comes up with a plan and funding, we are happy to start the process.
But NYCHA is a part of that working group, am I correct?
Brian, are we a part of that working group? We are not part of that working group.
Okay. All right.
We're, of course, always happy to be part of any working group. We understand how important this trauma center is. But we also have certain federal requirements that we must meet in order for us to start that process.
When it comes to the vacancy rate, under the proposed executive budget, how much funding has NYCHA allocated to spend to speed up the turnover times for vacant units in Council District 31?
In terms of your specific district, we will have to get back to you with any buildings that are included in the vacant unit readiness program.
I think that's a question too that probably every council district that has NYCHA developments, hopefully you can get that information to us. And when it comes to repairs and maintenance, the backlog that exists under the proposed executive budget, how much funding has NYCHA allocated to address the backlog of maintenance requests, lead abatement, and mold remediation in Council District 31?
Similarly, we certainly have the full amount that we allocate to the lead, healthy homes, mold, and asbestos programs.
How much?
But as to your district, we would have to get back to you on that specific amount.
And also, too, I think, again, the same thing can be applied as far as all those council districts that do have, because the backlog is throughout the entire city. So, but obviously, for purposes of each council district, I would definitely love to get that information as well.
Sure.
For the 42nd council district.
Happy to.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a short, say, 10-minute break, and then we're going to hear from the public. If you are here to testify, please make sure you filled out a witness slip, and we will start shortly. Thank you. Okay. We're now going to open up the hearing for public testimony. I want to remind the public that this is a government proceeding. Decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times unless you're testifying, of course. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the official hearing record. Again, if you wish to speak today and you're here, just make sure you fill out an appearance card so we know who you are, and then wait to be recognized. Once you're recognized, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topics, which is either the NYCHA budget or the HPD FY26 budget. If you have a written statement or any additional written testimony, which we always welcome and that you want to submit for the record, please just provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms and they'll bring it up here. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov, and you can do that within 72 hours of this hearing. But audio and video recordings are not accepted, only written testimony. Okay, first panel is going to be Todd Baker, Tricia Lindor, Daniela Sabagal, Hannah Anuche, and Manuel Martinez. You want to start from my right, your left? Just make sure your mic's on.
Is it on? Can you hear me?
Yes, good. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tricia Lindor, and I'm the director of the Preserving Affordable Housing Program at Brooklyn Legal Services, Corporation A. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. So the Preserving Affordable Housing Program, Brooklyn program, is a program at Brooklyn Legal Services Corporation A, which is a nonprofit legal service provider. As a right-to-counsel legal services provider, Brooklyn A provides vital services to New Yorkers facing eviction, harassment, and violations of their rights. We are seeking discretionary funding for our Preserving Affordable Housing program and work through several applications for FY26. The details are being submitted in written testimony, which will be emailed to you hereafter. Brooklyn A, also known as BKA, also known as Brooklyn Legal Services Corporation A, joins our fellow right-to-counsel providers in calling for reforms to the program in order to better provide services to New Yorkers. A report released by the City Comptroller this month noted that right-to-counsel representation has declined from FY21 to FY24, going from 71% to 42%. Evictions, meanwhile, have returned to pre-pandemic levels, in that the number of active eviction cases in the city rose 440% between 2020 and 2024. Now, the need in housing court is growing, but we also know that when a New Yorker has an attorney, they usually win. That same report notes that in FY24, 89% of New Yorkers who received full legal representation in an eviction proceeding were able to remain housed. The Right to Counsel program must be more adequately funded and also expanded in order to meet the needs of New Yorkers. Brooklyn A recommends that the Right to Counsel funding be increased, both so providers can hire and retain additional attorneys, and so they can receive proper compensation per case. Right now, the average case rate the city covers is a little more than half of the approximate $7,500 per case needed. Additionally, the city needs to immediately expedite contract delivery so providers are not stuck or left waiting for reimbursement payments for awarded contracts. These delays cause severe cash flow strain, instability, and ultimately threaten attorney recruitment and retention for providers. Keeping people in their homes is one of the most important tools the city has to manage our ongoing housing affordability crisis. I hope you will recognize the integral role of civil legal service providers in New York City and continue to grow the Right to Counsel program. Thank you for your time and this opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the committee co-chairs and the members of both committees for the opportunity to testify today on the executive budget. My name is Danielle Sabagal. I'm a housing and benefits staff attorney at Make the Road New York. Make the Road is a membership-based community organization that strives to be a second home for its members. Working primarily with the Latina immigrant community, but open to all, Make the Road integrates community organizing, education, policy work, and legal services to create a one-stop shop for its members to uplift and empower them, while also combating abuse and exploitation that often occurs within these populations. Within the Housing and Benefits legal team, we represent tenants who are in the process of being evicted and groups of tenants or individuals who want to sue their landlord to obtain much-needed repairs in their apartment, which often includes harassment by the landlord. We also represent tenants in agency proceedings who are pursuing overcharged claims, adjustments to their legal rent, or who are disputing the regulatory status of their apartments. Our team collaborates with the organizing team at Make the Road to create Know Your Rights materials that we present to various committees throughout Make the Road across the state. And our clients or members, many of who are low income, experience a lot of the same common issues. Some are living in abhorrent conditions and having their requests for repairs ignored. Others are refused a renewal lease, rent payment receipts, or are suspectedly overcharged for years without the resources to recover these funds. The most common issue facing our clients is eviction. Whether a household of 1 or 5 or more, many Latina immigrants are vulnerable to falling behind on rent. Some have lost their job, have had their hours reduced, or have faced an expensive emergency that caused them to be unable to pay rent, resulting in eviction proceedings in the New York City Housing Court. While the occasional few are able to scrape the funds together, most end up seeking emergency grants from the city, or in worst case scenarios, losing their homes. HPD provides very important services to our clients. By making complaints through 311 and having violations placed in their apartments, we're able to help our clients advocate for sometimes desperately needed repairs in and out of the courts. Outside of housing court, HPD violations can help put pressure on landlords to make repairs they have neglected. Once in court, HPD violations are used by the courts as proof of the existence of conditions described by tenants and are often the only proof that judges will accept to order repairs in an apartment. We are disappointed and concerned to see that the FY 2026 Preliminary Capital Commitment Plan demonstrates that HPD funding will be reduced in 2027, 28, and 29. To continue advocating for clients in and out of housing court, we need the council and the administration to secure more future funding for HPD, not less. The expansion of the City FEPS program was a major win for our clients, but the delay in its implementation and lack of funding has nullified the law's effect. Without proper rollout and adequate funding, more of our rent-burdened clients have faced unnecessary struggles in making sure their rent gets paid. Not only does this put our clients at risk of eviction, but it takes a toll on their physical and mental health. Also at risk are those who received emergency housing vouchers during the COVID-19 pandemic, which are slated to end soon. In order to prevent this greater toll on our clients, we need the council and administration to allocate an additional $215 million for the program. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. If you have any questions, please reach out.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Manuel Martinez. I'm the elected resident leader of South Jamaica Houses and the chair of the Queens South District. Let me be clear. NYCHA's budget crisis isn't just about dollars, it's about decisions made at the top, because NYCHA's financial problems are the result of a leadership failure, a compliance failure, and a failure to tell the truth. Instead of enforcing residents' economic rights, jobs, training, contracts with Section 3 business concerns, and compliance across all contractors, NYCHA blocks them. Instead of investing in families, it rewards dysfunction, excuses mismanagement, and turns obstruction into strategy. This isn't public service, it's a shadow government, bloated, insulated, untouchable. What we see doesn't resemble a housing authority. It looks like the leadership of a third world dictatorship operating in plain sight. And those empty apartments, they're not accidents. their assets used to justify conversions and lure private investors. This isn't neglect, it's planned deterioration, a twisted version of blockbusting where destruction is deliberate and every crumbling unit is another celebration for the other side. But here's the truth. Section 3 applies to both capital and operations, yet NYCHA acts like operations don't count. It ignores the very contracts that could open doors for residents and resident businesses, contracts that, under federal law, could award a combined total of up to $1 million through special procurement if NYCHA chooses to do the right thing. Those empty units, they could be transformed into training centers, job sites, launch pads for resident-owned businesses. Instead, they're left to rot while opportunity decays alongside them. May I have? NYCHA says economic mobility is the mission, but when residents invoke it, we're treated like threats. Our rights delayed, our complaints dismissed. The system is rigged to keep us begging for access to the very dollars meant to serve us. So I'm asking this council to demand answers. Ask HUD, is NYCHA in compliance with Section 3? Why are resident disputes buried in silence? Why are deceitful practices still running this authority? Support us, empower us, and bring the truth into light. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you know how many vacant units there are in your development?
In my development specifically, no.
Okay.
But total, last time I checked, it was over 7,000. It's down from 10,000 due to conversions, not repairs.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, just say your name.
Hi, Hannah Anouche.
Oh, cool, okay.
Okay, thank you. Let me move it closer. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Hannah Anouche, and I'm the campaigns director for the East New York Community Land Trust. Myself, along with many community leaders, were able to found the East New York Community Land Trust in 2020 at the height of the COVID pandemic to combat displacement. In just 5 years, we've built out a powerful, member-led vanguard organization with a disciplined democratic structure. Not only that, but we've helped thousands of residents get off the tax lien sale and connected them with resources to address complicated title issues. We've organized residents in the Jewel Streets, otherwise known as the Hole, an area extremely flood-prone without connection to city sewer, and we launched a neighborhood resilient planning effort along with Councilmember Banks, HPD, DEP, and DOT. And we made history as the first CLT in New York City to acquire a multifamily building from a private landlord that was not maintaining the building. Now we're in the process of stabilizing the building, working with HPD to prepare for the rehab, which will include moving from number 2 oil to electric. But most importantly, after the rehab, all of the tenants of the building will become co-op shareholders and will gain collective control of the management of their building with the permanent support of our community land trust. And we did all that with only $98,000 a year from the city council and a staff of 1, myself for a long time, and now thankfully 2. So imagine what we could do if the funding was tripled. We've built a strong model that works. We've helped many tenants. We can help so many more tenants take collective control of their buildings, support so many more low-income homeowners, and develop a framework for real resilient community-led planning and development for the most vulnerable flood-prone communities. But we need more funding. We ask you to double the CLT initiative funding to the tune of at least $3 million. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Baker. I'm a project manager at the Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition. Thank you to members of the committee for this opportunity. We have been building power in our community for 50 years, but 5 years ago, in order to advance our goal of promoting community ownership and local decision-making, we incorporated the Bronx Community Land Trust. Since that time, we've organized to secure control over vacant and abandoned sites that we are now actively developing into permanently affordable and cooperatively owned housing. And we have also worked hand in hand with tenants in buildings experiencing severe physical and financial distress. And while our organization has historically organized tenants to build collective power and to demand accountability from their landlords and from city agencies, our community land trust work now goes even further. We are empowering tenants to become owners of their buildings and residents to become the architects and developers of their own neighborhoods. And the financial support of the CLT initiative has been essential in allowing us to expand that work, to cultivate the deep leadership and the relationship building, and to offer the necessary technical assistance which prepares tenants to become cooperative owners. Today, I want to ask the City Council to ensure enhanced funding of $3 million for the Community Land Trust Initiative in the fiscal year 26 budget, as Speaker Adams committed to last year in the City for All funding package. To illustrate the impact of this funding, I'll speak briefly about our work in just one building, one that the committee chair, Councilmember Sanchez, is very familiar with, and that's 2201, 2205 Davidson Avenue. After over a decade of severe mismanagement, it was the collaborative impact of the tenants, of her office, of legal aid, and of years of consistent organizing that resulted in the property being taken from its private landlord and in a pathway being opened for the residents to become owners. But now it is the organizing work supported by the Community Land Trust Initiative that will help make stable and affordable homeownership a reality. We are constantly building the leadership and collective decision-making capacity of the building's tenant associations so that upon conversion, there will be a seamless transition to cooperative ownership. And it is the CLT that is prepared to support this HDFC for generations to come, ensuring that it remains affordable, that resident governance remains democratic and transparent, and that residents are always connected with the necessary partners to thrive. Our Community Land Trust and the more than 20 others across New York City come across these opportunities on a weekly basis, but we don't have the capacity to address all of them. And with the operating support of an expanded Community Land Trust initiative, with the capital offered through programs like Neighborhood Pillars and Open Door, our groups can better meet the strong demand throughout New York City for community-driven development, for home ownership, and for the deep, lasting affordability that our people need and deserve. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next panel, we have Edna Wells Hardy, Pamela Herrera, Isaiah Thompson, Carla Hollingsworth, and Will Spisak.
Good afternoon, Chair Banks, Chair Branyan, and members of the Public Housing and Finance Committees. My name is Edna Wells Handy, and I'm the founder and president of the National Institute for Section 3 Empowerment. You've heard twice already today about Section 3, and we want to underscore the importance of that section, that federal mandate with the council. You have a copy of my testimony. It's almost 40 pages. I thought the 2-minute was a suggestion. So I would like to follow up with meeting with each of you to talk about how we could model a Section 3 program in your development. But I ask for your indulgence as I give you this roadmap on high level so you could see the importance of this. I speak passionately about it. I was a former DCAS commissioner. I was the first acting chief compliance officer for NYCHA. I was part of the Federal Monitor, the first Federal Monitor of NYCHA, and I grew up in the Marcy Projects until I graduated from law school. Now I tell people, had I known about Section 3, you'd be hearing from Edna Wells Law Firm as opposed to Edna Wells of the National Institute. But the point of it is, there is power in Section 3. There is talent. There is opportunity that is being left on the table. We're not here asking you for money. We're here telling you there is money on the table. There are billions of dollars on the table connected to Section 3's mandate that says you must use portions of federal funds, housing, disaster recovery, for training, jobs, contracts for low, very low, public housing and youth bill participants. And the roadmap is there on the table. So we spent time setting up the National Institute. Our goal is threefold. May I have a few minutes more, Mr. Chairs?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. I'll speak faster. We seek to achieve universal knowledge of Section 3. We even have swag. I would have gotten one from each of you, but we didn't know about the ethics, so I'm just going to make it part of my testimony. Full participation, vigorous enforcement. What gets monitored gets done. It came after the assassination of Martin Luther King. It has been on the books. It is there for the taking. How? If you'll follow me with your packet, on page 3, you start out with follow the contract that is approved by NYCHA board. You have the board minutes of the NYCHA board meeting on April 30th. Here we have the water roofing contracts, 500 of 2,000 hours, Section 3. Award of delivery of quality contract of pump and motor, 12,000 of the 50,000 hours. Increased capacity of somebody. These are the minutes. I'm only going to say in a minute. 12,000 of the 39,000 Section 3 hours. They are telling you these are all Section 3 hours. What else do you have? You have the chief procurement officer saying it even applies to law firms. Clearly, that's dear to my heart. So that there are hours connected to a law intern. And then finally, he says, the chief procurement officer, that his $5 million contract, the projected Section 3 hours, 30,000 hours out of 120,000 hours. So that's the first place you start. Here are the contracts. Where do you go from the contracts? Well, I'm saying to you, it's here. Checkbook from the comptroller's office tells you where the contract is, where it's registered. We suggest you also suggest to the comptroller that they add, this is the Section 3 contract. The second place to go to is the NYCHA tracker. NYCHA NYCH tracker. This tracks over 500 projects, capital projects by NYCHA. And in each one, it goes through your district. It tells you all the contracts in your district. It tells you where it is in your district, where it's in the planning process. It is opportunity for each and every resident association president, you, the public, to find out where these contracts are. Why is it important? Because it will tell you we are at the construction stage. We need this many staff. It has a staffing plan connected to it. You can monitor that plan. And I know I'm taking others' time,
this is very interesting. I just want to ask a question. Why is this such a secret? How come the government is not leveraging this?
That is a hearing in and of itself. And I'm being honest with you.
All right.
And so I have let that go.
Well, we should meet and talk about it.
Because it's here. Because it is here. Because there's a lot of things here. I'm just taking the words. There are ways in which we can look to it even deeper.
Yeah.
Why is it? I'll give you an example. When I was a chief compliance officer at NYCHA, I said, we need researchers. I said to my own staff, whom I chose, I want Section 3 workers. Month went by. 2 months went by. I said, where are our Section 3 applicants? Came back to me, well, we didn't think they had the talent.
Wow.
So.
All right,
I'd love to go forward. I give you recommendations as to how we should go forward in terms of more transparency, more engagement, more monitoring, particularly the empowerment of the residents. It's all here for the residents, and I leave you with this idea. The New York Department of Education has for special ed students individual education plans. There's no reason we can't have individual employment plans for residents. And then we look at what is needed based on what the contracts are coming down, what's the training needed, and it's all provided in the funding. So I leave you with that. I thank you for the opportunity, but we do believe, and one of the mothers of the tracker is a colleague of yours who took it when she was here, Abby Samuels. She was dogged in her, we have to have this tracker based on what Parks does. And we have the tracker. It took 5 years. Two things about government. You can get anything done in government that you want as long as you don't care who gets credit for it. Two, government years are dog years. So if you think it's gonna take 1 year, it's gonna take 5 years. So she suggested it. 5 years later, we have the tracker. Both are here for the betterment of not just the residents, but very low income, but for New York. And we intend it to be global because every city builds or rebuilds. Builds or rebuilds, there's money for it. Everyone should benefit for it. Thank you so much.
If Alika co-signs it, then I'm good with it.
Thank you.
Okay, next, please. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Will Spizak. I'm a senior policy strategist at New Economy Project. We are the co-founders and coordinators of the New York City Community Land Initiative, which is a citywide coalition that's been on the forefront of expanding community land trusts as a vehicle to secure deeply and permanently affordable housing and equitable neighborhood development across the city. I'm here to testify in regards to the citywide CLT initiative, which you've already heard a little bit about. We're asking City Council to enhance our funding from $1.5 to $3 million for this fiscal year, as was promised in Speaker Adams' commitment in the City for All funding package last year. So all we're asking for is to make sure the money ends up where it's supposed to, as it was already promised. You know, a decade ago, before we started this CLT initiative, when we went to council member after council member to talk about the importance of community land trusts and community ownership, most council members, most community members never heard of CLTs. We had one functioning community land trust in the city at the time in Cooper Square CLT. Today, every community, every council member knows about CLTs. They want to see the community land trust model expand into their neighborhood to bring deeply affordable home ownership, to preserve those rent-stabilized apartments that are being neglected and nobody else wants to purchase, to convert those properties that are laying vacant and foul to active sites for community centers, commercial space, and deeply and permanently affordable housing. So this is the opportunity for us to invest in that excitement, to invest in this movement, to help it grow to the next level. You've heard from some of my colleagues that are organizing CLTs, and from you're going to hear from a few more. I happen to go out to communities to do education when new groups are interested in starting community land trusts. There's so much energy and there's so much demand, and we hardly have the capacity to reach every neighborhood. So from Southeast Queens to South Brooklyn to South Bronx, we're seeing this interest, and we want to make sure we can help each of those communities start up their CLTs and expand across their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Pamela Herrera, and I am the Land Justice Coordinator at Western Queens Community Land Trust. Our mission is to help the Western Queens community own and steward land, making it permanently affordable for future generations, always focusing on economic, racial, and environmental justice. In the past year, we have worked with nonprofit developers to assess potential housing projects, assisted tenants dealing with neglected landlords, worked with homeowners in danger of losing their homes, and are currently putting together a professional team of developers and financing to convert a public building into a permanently affordable space for artists and manufacturing. We advocate for Black and Brown communities who are the most marginalized and in danger of being displaced. We host educational workshops, town halls, and community events. We have a strong core of volunteers that support the organization's growth, but one single staffer, me. Since 2022, our organization has received City Council discretionary funding through the citywide Community Land Trust Initiative. Without this crucial funding, none of the things I just described would have been possible. We are now a respected staple in our community. People come to us for help when it comes to housing and land issues, thanks to all the work this funding has allowed us to do. We ask City Council to ensure the full $3 million in funding for the CLT initiative in this year's budget, just as Speaker Adams committed to. With this extra funding, we will be able to bring on much-needed second staff member to address the tenant organizing and day-to-day operations currently being carried out by volunteer members of the community who have full-time jobs and families who are already giving 300% because they understand how crucial this work is. Your funding will make a huge difference for Western Queens. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Banks and Brennan and members of the committees. My name is Isaiah Thompson. I'm with the Community Service Society of New York. And since the inception of our organization, we've worked on issues that impact NYCHA residents. And I think in that time, I don't think there's ever been a scarier moment for public housing residents in New York City. You're aware of the cuts that are coming from the Trump administration's skinny budget, but it's really clear that in addition to the budget, there are rule changes that are coming down that are very draconian, that are really trying to do what many presidents in the past have tried to do on both sides, which is to end public housing as we know it. And that's quoting Bill Clinton. Albany just passed a budget that doesn't even attempt to meet this moment, and it's really up to the city to step up, and we don't feel like this executive budget does that. You have my full testimony here, which you can read, but includes sort of results and reflections from many of the resident votes that have been happening that we've been working on that I think you will find of interest, how Section 9 tenants are really being left behind, the need to support the Preservation Trust, and we have new data that speaks to the experience of RADPAC residents as well. And ultimately, our call for this year for $4 billion in capital for NYCHA and $2 billion of every year of the Trump administration. It's really hard to hear this earlier, sort of like the calm tenor of how things are advancing at NYCHA. It doesn't really square with everything that I've seen every day. For the last year, we did a survey. I'm going to share some of the results. 82% of residents say that their homes were uncomfortably hot in the summer, and 1 in 3 said that that was all summer long. 46% were cold in the winter, and that's 40 of those were cold for most or all of the winter. And nearly half reported serious air quality issues inside their homes. Beyond our survey, the rates of preventable asthma hospitalizations is more than 3 times higher for public housing residents than citywide. In districts with 10 or more NYCHA developments, childhood asthma emergency room visits are 3.6 higher than ones with no public housing in them. So really, this is a health crisis. In the testimony, we have a picture of what the average boiler looks like in a NYCHA development. Seems really simple. The question is like, from NYCHA, from the city, why in the next 2 years can't NYCHA be giving the money and forced to replace every single one of these? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. If you bear with me, I'd like to address the elephant in the room. NYCHA says that they engaged with the residents. They have not. Okay, their engagement was coming to tell us we don't have a choice in 2022. Now, everybody operates under the assumption that NYCHA owns the developments, and they do not. They are a public housing authority, and they are not working on the best interests of the residents. So why is it so hard to get them out of there? Why is it so hard to get them to stop harassing the tenants? Okay, I'm breathing funny because my asthma's acting up. I had to heat water so that I could wash up so I could come out here today, okay, because cold water in the morning is normal, okay? Now, one of the things that NYCHA has the ability to do, okay, and if they couldn't do it with the army of people that they have working for them, then they could definitely have engaged with the tenant associations, okay? They have the right to get money that doesn't come from HUD. They can write grants. They can ask for money from other entities. They don't. Why? Good question. I'd like to know myself. Can't get that answer from anyone, okay? But since public housing is a federally mandated obligation Under the U.S. Housing Act of 1937 and its subsequent amendments, Congress established public housing as a permanent responsibility of the federal government to provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing for low-income Americans. This is not a temporary or discretionary program. It's a federal mandate to ensure housing security for vulnerable populations. So why are we being forced out of our homes? Why is PACT calling me from NYCHA telling me I have to sign a lease or be kicked out? Why are they coming and knocking on my door 8 o'clock every Monday morning, okay, trying to gain access when I told them I don't want PACT, I'm not interested in PACT? And they're doing this to all residents. I have at least 3 residents who came to me personally they're violating their rights under ADA. They're being told that you need to speak to my representative. I have a disability, okay? And they're going, I don't have to speak to them. I'm gonna talk to you, it's your apartment. When is somebody gonna stop that? When is somebody gonna make them stop violating our rights and hold them to the letter of the law? Because if we were in there violating laws left, right, and sideways, I dare say the cops would have been in my apartment a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. All right, our next panel is Laura Lazarus, Celine Miranda, Emily Goldstein, Tanisha Grant, and Allison Wilkie. Okay, you want to start? Just say your name and you can begin.
Yeah, my name's Allison Wilkie. I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Strategic Campaigns of the Coalition for the Homeless. Thank you, Chair and council members, for this opportunity to testify. The city's housing crisis has resulted in an unprecedented number of people sleeping in shelter, with a census as of February 2025 of over 114,000 people. And this is not just a crisis that has resulted from asylum seekers and new arrivals. From December 2023 to December 2024, the number of longer-term New Yorkers in shelter increased by 11.5%. So it's more important than ever that the city's resources are being used to stem the flow of people who are entering shelter and to help people who are in shelter exit. But the fact is that the city's affordable housing is simply not meeting the needs of the lowest income New Yorkers. And in my testimony, you'll see on page 4 a chart that represents newly built affordable rental housing completions by income bands. So often when the city is reporting on their affordable housing, they're including supportive housing, they're including preservation, and they're including home ownership. And while all of that is really important, those are not necessarily new affordable housing units in the way that we sort of think about affordable housing. So you'll see from the chart here, when you're breaking out just new rental units, like new units that are coming on the market, from 2014 to 2024, only 20% of those units coming online are for extremely low-income families. And you'll actually see in the most recent years, looking at the top green bands, that's where the most production has been completed, and that is for middle-income families. And to just lay that out for you, that's families making, a single household making $136,000, or a family of 3 making $175,000. So we are just really not meeting the needs of our extremely low-income families, and we will not be able to make a dent in our crisis and shelter unless we ensure that both the city's commitments and that $500 million that we just got from the state actually goes to extremely low-income housing and to homeless families. Housing that actually meets their needs and their income levels. Thank you.
Just make sure your mic's on.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Laura Lazarus, and I'm a co-founder and CEO of Anthos Home. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and share insights on how we can improve housing access and outcomes for New Yorkers experiencing homelessness. I have submitted more formal written testimony, but I wanted to take a few minutes to highlight how our model is working and how we can help strengthen the city's efforts to address homelessness. Anthos Home is an innovative nonprofit committed to helping people with housing vouchers secure stable housing as quickly as possible. Vouchers are one of the most effective tools we have to address homelessness, yet families often spend a year or more searching for an apartment. These long wait times extend shelter stays and create unnecessary instability for families who are ready to move forward. Our model is designed to remove those roadblocks. We work directly with landlords and brokers to secure apartments, ensuring that families with vouchers have immediate housing options and cover key costs that often affect move-ins, such as repairs for inspections, moving expenses, and application fees. And because finding an apartment is just the first step, we provide ongoing support for tenants and landlords for at least 1 year after placement. We think of our work as a supplement to the city's efforts. New York has made tremendous efforts and progress in expanding the City Fevs program, and last year helped more than 16,000 households move from shelter into permanent housing, which is a substantial increase over the last year. Nevertheless, there are still opportunities to reduce the barriers voucher holders face. One such opportunity includes the homeless set-aside units across New York City. These units, like housing vouchers, are a fantastic resource, but too often they sit empty for months before being filled. These delays not only impact families in need of a home, but they also have financial consequences for affordable housing development financing. Indeed, the delays in filling units often lead to a reduction in the amount of equity being provided by private funders. This reduction in funding means that public dollars often fill that gap. Currently, HPD and DSS coordinate the referrals for these units, but if a qualified nonprofit like Anthos did the work, we are confident we could make those moves happen much faster. Over the past 2 years of operations, Anthos Home has seen the impact of our targeted support for tenants, property providers, and government agencies. We have moved more than 310 families in less than 2 years and have another 160 in the pipeline right now, who we expect to move in this summer. So we urge the City Council to evaluate the current homeless set-aside process set forth by HPD and think about drawing on the capacity of nonprofits like ours to help facilitate that work. Thank you very much.
Have you seen the voucher? I have a friend of a friend who's living in a shelter, and this basically was saying, you know, if he can stick it out another few months, he'll get his voucher. And my friend didn't have the heart to tell him that that's not the panacea that he might think it would be. And it's heartbreaking because he's thinking about, you know, if I can just hang in there a couple more months at the shelter, I'll get this voucher, and then the next day I'll have an apartment. And I didn't want to break it to my friend, who's the friend of this guy, to say it's not really, unfortunately, sadly, heartbreakingly, it's not that easy. Have you seen it getting worse or better?
So we offer a lot of support to landlords, property owners, brokers. So we are helping kind of hold their hands through the process. I think one of the reasons that it is so hard for people with vouchers to secure units is obviously there is a very low vacancy rate, but part of it is landlords don't want to engage with this quite bureaucratic process by necessity. But I think that some of the supports that we have in terms of we go and look at the units, we explain to the landlords how the process is going to work. We also identify any repairs that they might need up front so they understand what that is. And then the thing I think that makes landlords especially interested in working with us is we provide a lot of support, including financial support, once they move in. So if a government payment is not made, for example, if a tenant is not able to make a payment, that we are able to kind of cover that payment while we sort out what the issue is. It's hard for a landlord to kind of understand who to call at HRA to resolve an issue. And also, so we're basically there for them. We have a 24/7 hotline. So I think, you know, we are finding that we are bringing in 50 units a month into our pool. So we think that they're out there, but they need a little extra support in getting there.
It's one of those situations where I'm so glad you guys are here, but I wish that we could put you out of business.
Well, we would love to be out of business. I promise you.
But thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. We've also been joined by Majority Leader Farias. Thank you, Laura. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Goldstein. I'm the Director of Organizing and Advocacy at the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, or ANHD. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'll just hit on a few brief points and submit longer written testimony. First, in light of the escalating housing crisis, we call on the City Council to increase the Community Housing Preservation Strategies Initiative to $4.95 million. This initiative has not received an increase in many years, and we all know inflation and escalating costs are very real. This is funding that enables 45 community-based organizations to provide essential on-the-ground services, from helping with SCREE applications to helping to form tenant associations and everything in between. We also asked for continued funding for the Displacement Alert Project, which ANHD runs. This is a resource that helps elected officials, your staff, and organizers throughout the city proactively identify and reach tenants at risk of displacement in communities citywide. Third, we urge that housing capital resources be more directly targeted to two priority areas. One is preservation of existing affordable housing. We have severe needs to maintain the affordable housing that we already have in our communities, serving extremely low-income households. Nonprofit developers are still struggling with lingering arrears, as well as increased operating costs, and resources need to be provided in order to put these portfolios back onto sound financial footing for the long term. Second, we have both a challenge and opportunity of private but often rent-stabilized portfolios that are in distress and that could be brought into the long-term of permanent affordable housing portfolios of ideally nonprofits, but even for-profits, but real resources are needed to enable that to happen. We commend HPD for their recently released updated Neighborhood Pillars term sheet. That term sheet is realistic in the costs that it takes to preserve those kinds of distressed portfolios. The other thing I'll note, in keeping with what Allison mentioned, we really need to be targeting our resources towards deeper affordability. The sort of breakdown of where the need is very clear, and the targeting of our resources is not matching that. Couple of other quick notes. We urge funding and also full implementation of the City FEPS program, as well as Right to Counsel. These are two, among others, but two key sort of proven and known programs that help to reduce homelessness, prevent eviction, and that need to be funded and implemented properly. And finally, just a note that the city agencies need to be staffed to actually sort of do their full work, everything from code enforcement to processing of affordable housing, development applications is sort of in these lags and delays that are costing us, both in resources and in human cost.
Thank you. Agree.
I'm Celines Miranda, and our NYCHA development in Chelsea is at risk of a demolition. FEC tenants against demolition have been organizing and stopping this demolition proposal by the billionaire company Related. In our outreach in stopping demolition of our NYCHA community, a significant concern has taken over me. I've been deeply affected by seeing. I'm overwhelmed, I'm sorry.
No.
Take your time.
No problem.
Can you come back to me?
Sure.
Hello, my name is Tanisha Grant, and I am the Director of Parent Support in Parents New York. We are also close community partners of Residents to Preserve Public Housing. First and foremost, I want to thank Chair Brennan and Chair Banks for this important hearing and for doing your jobs very well. And that's saying something coming from me. Okay, so give me a second. First and foremost, I want to say that NYCHA leadership should also, NYCHA and HUD leadership should also stay at these hearings to hear from us, the tenants and the community. We spend a lot of time hearing from them before we are able to speak. And I think that it's only right, the community that they serve, they should also hear from us. We are again very disappointed with the untrue testimony we have heard today from leaders of NYCHA and HPD. Our community is in constant danger of push-outs from gentrification, poor management, and RAD and PAC. We know eviction rates have gone up since allowing private management of public housing. If apartment-based Section 8 is being cut, what does that do for these developments transitioning into RAD Impact and Trust? These apartments are going into market rate apartments, which none of our communities can afford. If the federal government isn't interested in public housing nor voucher programs, why are we continuing to transition these public housing buildings into private management with all these federal cuts? Is the council looking into reducing the executive board positions to help with cost? Section 3 should be utilized. We know so many public housing residents who are fighting for their homes daily because these are their homes and have been their homes for generations. Section 3 should be utilized. As a community, we will continue to fight for our homes. We agree with Chair Banks, these conversions should be paused and real research of the impact of RAD Impact should be done. Last thing I'll say is dealing with HPD is horrible. It has not gotten better. Tenants still have very long waits on apartment repairs and issues with bad violations and landlords. We ask that you continue to hold NYCHA and HPD accountable for their part in creating this housing crisis we continue to be in. The executive budget should fully fund NYCHA and other deeply affordable housing projects. We must also hold landlords accountable. We ask that you also stand with us and encourage the Rent Guideline Board to freeze or back up the rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanisha.
Let's try this again. Okay. So I've been deeply affected by seeing homeless people sleeping in our NYCHA development. And it's making me realize how bad our homeless situation is. Nobody wants to see people living in our stairwell. It's a disturbance. And the more people we see sleeping in our surroundings, then it's a much more serious matter. Our NYCHA buildings are living testimony to how serious a problem we have. We have a homeless crisis. We don't have a housing crisis. We have a homeless crisis. How come this is not the topic of conversation? Get them out of our buildings. Let's get new buildings. And now they are gone, out of our sight. But they're still homeless. Where's the care? Where's the intervention? Elected officials, NYCHA, HUD, how much do you care about housing the homeless? You're putting all of your efforts into catering to the rich and doing away with public housing, the most affordable housing we have. Shame on you, shame. We are in a crisis and need more public housing. The stress of trauma and homelessness triggers mental health issues. Eric Botcher, I thought you were an advocate for the mentally ill. Where's your care? We need to prevent homelessness and hold dear, value public housing. We cannot do away with it. Affordable housing houses people who already have housing, people with good paying jobs. How come we are not focusing our attention on the homeless? The controller reports on PAC eviction makes it clear that eviction rates rise after a private conversion. Does NYCHA even keep track of what happens to those evicted tenants? Where are they? How many end up homeless? No more RAD PAC conversions. It's not secure. We have become vulnerable. Instead, as an effect of RAD PAC, because we are at risk of a mass demolition in Chelsea. They have been consistently lying to the public about how this proposal will cost. The inflated price of $1.9 billion might change again because of the inflation and tariff. There's no reason to tear down public housing. We could lose the entire NYCHA community in Chelsea. We know that funds are available to upkeep and maintain public housing. There's plenty of capital circulating throughout New York City alone. We must maintain our Section 9 lease and keep public housing public. Section 9 is not at risk. The only housing that's being reported on the news for a possible cut is Section 8. The Nixon administration wanted to do away with public housing, but they couldn't. Section 9 is protected by the federal government. This is why Section 8 and RAD PAC began. These new programs, tenants volunteer themselves out of their Section 9 lease. When you willingly give up your Section 9 lease, that NYCHA nor the government is no longer accountable. Hold on to your Section 9 lease where the strongest housing protection exists. And one more statement to the elected officials and NYCHA who are claiming resident-led process in our demolition proposal. Have you watched the draft environmental impact hearing? We spoke. The grand majority said no demolition. There's a petition against demolition of 949 signatures. If you demolish, it's a demolition against our will. It will be a demolition against our will. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
I have a question.
Sorry, Councilmember Brewer.
For Allison and Laura. For Allison, I mean, you sort of hinted at it in your wonderful testimony, but I've always been of the belief that if some of the opportunities that you say should exist with city FEPs and so on, we would prevent evictions. So my question to you, although it's a bit hypothetical, is, you know, what percentage of evictions do you think could be prevented if we were doing some of the things that you suggested? That's what I'm wondering, because I am of the opinion, and I know that Chair Brandon, we need to be building affordable housing and not as many shelters because we can keep people in their homes. So I'm just wondering if you have some general percentage.
Yeah, I don't have a general percentage. I can say that from the $215 million that was negotiated through the City of Yes City for All commitment, you know, that limited amount, I can find a number of an estimate on that, but that would help a lot of households. And I'll just say too that, you know, Coalition for the Homeless has a citywide rent arrears program, and we are overwhelmed with calls on that program. We still end up turning away about 25% of the people who call us because they don't have the ability to pay the rent moving forward, and that's kind of our one requirement for our program.
As is one shot.
Yes, exactly. And so, you know, just to put this in numbers, you know, we have a number that people can call once a week, beginning at 9:30, and every Wednesday we get 1,900 phone calls for our rent arrears program. So it is really important that we are using City FEPs. We are actually expanding it into the community to help people stay in their homes instead of just, you know, having this revolving door of people coming into shelter and then they can maybe get access to City FEPs and then try and get out. Especially for people who are in like rent stabilized, rent control, other form like housing that is already has reasonable rents. Let's keep people in those homes.
Thank you, Laura. Nice to see you. Do you get paid by foundations? How does this work financially?
So we are we're just 2 years old in terms of operations. We're funded with a mix of foundations, and we have a contract with ACS. So where we're serving young adults aging out of foster care as well as families who are in shelter. There are about 1,300 families involved with ACS right now who are in shelter. So that's kind of the general mix of our funding right now.
Thank you.
Sure.
We need more of that. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, we're going to go to Zoom now for our next panel. When I call your name, if you can hear me, just begin. We'll start with Alexis Foote.
To go under direction.
Is that him? All right.
He doesn't have enough. He can't buy enough. She has enough.
Alexis, are you there?
Gang, she's whooping her ass.
Alexis Foote. Okay, we're going to move on to Donna Eldon.
Oh, shit.
Oh, wait. Alexis, are you there?
Oh, please forgive me.
Alexis?
Yes, hi. How can I, good afternoon. How are you? I want to thank the committee and the chair and the members of the House Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Alexis, and I'm the founder and the former member of the Real Edgemere Community Land Trust. The Real Edgemere Community Land Trust supports the revitalization of marginalized communities of color through the development of affordable housing program. of land. The CLT's its goal is to own, develop, and manage, and to create a just and equitable, resilient Edgemere. Since 2001, the organization has received City Council discretionary money through the Citywide Community Land Trust, the CLT initiative. Launched in fiscal year 2020, the initiative delivers comprehensive community organizing, education, training, technical assistance to support the formation, expansion of CLTs. This vital initiative has helped catalyze the growth of more than 20 CLTs, the Real Edgemere being included in one of those across the 5 boroughs, as vehicles to create, preserve permanent, affordable housing, community, and commercial spaces. We ask that the City Council to ensure enhanced funding of the $3 million for the CLT initiative. And in a perfect world, I would put $3 billion into that. Honestly, $3 billion. This urgent needed funding would support the growth of 17 community land trusts and 3 city-wide technical assistance organizations working to bring land and housing into community ownership. We urge the City Council to address city agencies' chronic, harmful delays in registering discretionary funding contracts. When CLT have delayed payments from HPP or city, it results in COBs losing staff members or even worse, closing.
Thank you for your
its doors.
testimony. The timer has ended.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, Alexis. Now we'll go to Donna Eldon.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Eldon. I'm the president of St. Mary's Park Houses Resident Council. I'm also an executive board member of Residents to Preserve Public Housing. And I just want to say that at the end of the day, there are quotes that are made about what is available through NYCHA, but there's much confusion for me and others as to why they could pay for repairs for a transition to be made. However, they don't have money for Section 9 developments that are still in existence. Section 9 must be funded. It must continue to be funded, or there will be no more public housing in New York City. I beg of you to consider the thousands of people who are in Section 9 housing who deserve the right to live as they are living and have their repairs and work done in their developments. It has gone much too far. This bartering of developments has gone way beyond the scope of any of our thinking, that they would abandon people by putting them in the Section 8 position where their rights are not protected. And where, as you heard before me, many are being subject to evictions. This has to stop. Someone has to have the conscience enough to say, enough is enough. NYCHA must be held accountable. And why don't they sit here while we testify? Why is it that they testify first and then they leave? They give you the BS and then they go. They should sit here and listen to the residents and the community organizers who have something to say that is valid, that is important.
Thank you for your testimony. The timer has ended.
Thank you so much. Have a great and blessed day.
Thank you, Dana. We don't disagree. Okay, next we have Renee.
You may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Renee Kitt, a NYCHA resident and the president of the Elliott Chelsea Houses, here on behalf of tenants fighting to preserve Section 9 public housing and to call out the real priorities this city should be upholding. Let's begin with the truth. NYCHA is not affordable housing in the modern sense of the term. It is public housing, the foremost model of social housing in the United States. It was built because the private market would not house working class people. NYCHA wasn't just a solution, it was a moral stance. It said that housing is a human right. Today, that moral clarity has been lost. We're told to look to Vienna for inspiration, but let's look back at NYCHA's founding. We once had the imagination and political courage to build dignified public housing without privatization. We can dream big again, But first, we must stop the dream from being bulldozed. Demolition is not innovation. You cannot claim to care about environmental justice and simultaneously support demolition plans that will store up contaminated soils in communities already burdened by environmental racism. If the city wants to protect public health, it starts by protecting public housing. Let's talk numbers. The capital need of NYCHA is $78 billion over 20 years. That's $4 billion per year. Meanwhile, New York State reported a $6 billion surplus this year. This is not a resource issue. It's a political will issue. We are choosing not to invest in the people who need it. But NYCHA's board approved $15 million to support the Preservation Trust. Let's be clear. Entities without money don't lend money. NYCHA has money when it wants to. So the real question is, what has NYCHA invested in us, its residents? What have they invested in the interiors of our home, in the failing heat, broken elevators, water leaks? Residents have already paid in rent, in patient, and in our health. We deserve an accountability. Section 3 is another area where equity is being sidelined. The current definition of low income, 46 to 90,000.
Thank you for your testimony. The timer has expired.
Thank you very much, Renee.
I'll send in the rest of my testimony.
Thank you. Now we have Beverly McFarland.
You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello? Yes, good afternoon to the council of officials. Thank you very much for having this. But let's be clear. NYCHA have just lied to y'all, guys, as always. And it's really disgusting that we have to live in these conditions. NYCHA have never satisfied the active consent decree that is already on the book, and that's why we have a federal monitor. There are countless dollars that they executive boards. They have over 100 vice chairs, vice presidents, deputy to the deputy to the deputy to the deputies, then that high paying. They need to reduce their staff in order to get the funding that is needed to get our buildings done. Again, I'm the vice chair of Residents to Preserve Public Housing, also the president of Taft Housing, and here my development look like it is Rikers Island with all these scaffoldings and the countless dollars that NYCHA is investing in these third-party vendors instead of fixing our homes is ridiculous. And I don't understand if NYCHA is moving all these money grab situations, transitions into RAD impact conversions, why do they need $70 billion to correct the current the ones that are in Section 9? They should have more money to rehab our apartments and make necessary repairs instead of less money if they're moving. They are not letting RAD impact conversions if they being accountable. Once they transition these developments, they have nothing else to do with the residents or the tenants. Tenants are complaining and they're being
Thank you for your
bullied by
testimony. The timer has expired.
bad actors should not continue to be funded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beverly. Now we have Christopher Leon Johnson.
You may begin.
Yeah, hello. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. Thank you, Chairs Brandon and Spanks for having this hearing, and Sanchez, I know who's on Zoom. So I want to give my support to this this committee, but we need to push for workforce housing. I know, Mr. Brandon, you run for controller. You need to push for more workforce housing with this affordable housing stuff. What's the point of having affordable housing when nobody can afford it? I believe that this type of housing will help a lot of people out who are working. I believe that this type of housing needs to be implemented. I think with you and yourself and Senator Kevin Parker, y'all need to have a bill into the state Senate to push for more workforce housing and allocate more money to workforce housing, and need to put money up, like let's say about $5 million into research into to workforce housing in this budget for people that are working. I believe that workforce housing is a way better alternative than this regular affordable housing and supportive housing. And one more thing, like I said, as the finance chair, Brandon, I know you live in Coney Island. Like I said before, you need to push for that Liberista outside of City Hall as the finance chair. At the same time, we need to make sure that these deliveristas and street vendors are counted in this workforce housing initiative because they are essential workers just as a regular person. Like I said, I know you're the wonderful controller, and like I said, you can work with your partner Parker to introduce a bill to add deliveristas and street vendors as members of the workforce project for this workforce housing. So like I said, push for more workforce housing in this budget and the next budget coming up. If you must be control of the city, you need to really push for this more into the affordable to the housing plan for FY27. If you was to become controller, if for workforce housing instead of supportive housing, a lot of people work in the city. They have a job. They should will live into a place, not just be.
Thank you for your testimony. The timer has expired.
Thank you.
Housing. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you.
Enjoy that.
Now we have Kevin Wolf.
You may begin.
Can everyone hear me? I'm sorry about that.
Yes, go ahead.
Great. My name is Kevin Wolf, and I am the Deputy Director of Advocacy at the Center for New York City Neighborhoods. Thank you for this opportunity for listening to my testimony. The Center for New York City Neighborhoods is the largest homeowner service organization in New York City, and for this fiscal year budget, we have two priorities that we wanted to communicate to the council. First, we wanted to advocate for continued support for the foreclosure and prevention initiative. We are asking for $6.2 million to support foreclosure prevention. On the other piece, we would like the council to extend the estate planning initiative at $1 million. We see in New York City, both foreclosure prevention and estate planning are critical to preserving the homeownership that we have, especially in light of the City of Yes passing. The other item that we are advocating for is to codify the mayor's promises of $40 million of relief and support for homeowners with the City of Yes passage in the City for All proposal. We would like to see that codified in legislation. We know that there is an upcoming election, and we want to make sure that the promises that were made in 2025 are kept in 2026. We have an extensive testimony that we will be submitting by email with further details, but we wanted those two key points to be emphasized. And I thank you for taking the opportunity to listening today.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I had to check. Day 3 of executive budget hearings is adjourned. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.